Good morning, everybody, and happy Tuesday. Sound guy is almost fired. I don't know how many chances I got to give this guy, but he said that there was a problem with a folder on the music. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. But you know what? Technical difficulties. I give them benefit of doubt. This guy is very smart, so I know him all my life. So I gotta give him a chance. I gotta give him a chance. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. There is no lives going on right now. There will be a live later on. I want to share a couple of things first before we get going, and part of this thing we call life. It's a big learning you know thing that we have to do on this earth. And I was this morning. I was I don't know. It just popped to my feed, and there was a guy. He's called. Let me see what his name was. He's called something. I can't remember. But I'm gonna go ahead and I recorded him a little bit here. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it here real quick so that I can show you. Let's see.
Mark, you're stupid.
Yeah.
I'm putting you in timeout as well.
Oh yeah. Right here. All right. So let me see. So his name is. What is his name? Santana. You guys know Santana? All right. So now I recorded him, right? Because I put a comment. I put a comment on his live, and I was trying to see if I can get a maybe I get a statement out of him just to see how things are going. Number one, I would have called in, but there's no phone number to call in, right? So I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so let me just go ahead and drop a comment in here. Now, let me go ahead and play this up so that you guys can be up to speed with what I'm talking about here. Okay, and let me go ahead and get started. Here we go. So this is his live today. Now, mind you, you know what? I'm like this. You know what? This guy has his own show. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna be nice to him. I'm gonna be very respectful. I know how people are when they come into my live, and the difference is people are not making like a statement, of let's say, give me some stats, right? Ask me a question. No, people come into my live to say liar and start cussing at me, and start putting me down. That's not what I did. So I'm looking at the stuff that he has. And now he says, remove U.S. global presence. This is a full tard right here, full libtard. He says, ban APAC politicians. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about because we have a relationship with Israel. And then he says, cut ties with Israel. And then he says, remove white men from power. Racist libtard, right off the bat. And then cut the military budget, meaning leave our beautiful, great U.S. of A. defenseless. Full libtard. I said, you know what? There's a lot of material that I can go off here by the things that he put out there that he supports. Okay? My question was, I said, in what state? Okay, so here we go. Just so you can get some context, let's listen to his reaction. Now, if you are not here right now, you're going to miss out. Okay? I'm just going to tell you that. You're going to miss out. Let me get my chat up here. Let me acknowledge my peeps. Burning 47 in the house. Early riser, early bird gets the worm. Weddle, good morning. Que pasa, way? Omar has been waiting for this. We will begin shortly, he says. Robert, hey brother, let's see if the sound guy needs fire today. Oh man, that is funny. User says, there is the big boy. Congratulations. Jared, March 28th, America, rise up. March 28th. That's actually, I think there's some, give me some information on that, Jared. I believe, I believe that there is some sort of rally going on I'm not sure the location, but we'll get there. And then Jim Red, good morning, sir. Good morning to you. User says, user LE4. There's a couple of users here, okay? He says, every Democratic president lowers the deficit. Interesting. Give us deflation and makes the economy strong. Stronger. You must have missed my live last night. Dropped a lot of facts. Dennis is scared of Santana. Oh, poor baby. Not really. I wish you would get to see these comments so he can come into my life one day. Listen to the way he is. And now, guys, with all due respect, just right. With all due respect, I learned something today. I learned that maybe I can come across like an asshole to a lot of people because, well, you know what? Why don't we start playing this little clip from Mr. Santana and listen to the way he is, okay? Now, if you saw my little thumbnail, I'm laughing at him and all the libtards that follow him, just so that you know. Let's go ahead and play this clip. Let's take a listen to the interaction here.
You're stupid. I'm putting you in timeout as well. Like, I'm putting you in timeout for being stupid. I don't even care if you come up here and debate me or not, but I'm putting you in timeout for making stupid statements. I just dropped that link.
With all fairness, I do say that as well. But the reason why I say those things, when I say it, is because people are calling me a liar and they're insulting me on the chat. I got no respect for that. Drop your line, but don't call me a liar. Because that's, to me, I don't accept that, okay? If you want to tell me that I'm a liar, you tell me why, okay? That's it. Here we go.
Click the link. You guys are such cowards. They are so brave when they can hide in the
now,
comments. So brave hiding.
I like this. Maybe I've done this myself. Okay. No. Rick Young, that Santana, my friend, is badass. Okay, not this one. This one's different. I know. That's. Oh, okay. My bad. Thank you. All right. Let me go ahead and start it off from the beginning. Okay, let me start it off from the. Thank you, Joshua. Well, no. Sorry. Thank you, Chris. Let's start off from the beginning. Okay. Now, that red hat is slowly stealing your soul. Okay, that's okay. That to me is not offensive. That to me is funny, okay? When you call me a liar, you call me names and all this stuff, you know, this is my channel, right? I want you to be respectful, okay? It doesn't matter what I say. This is my channel. I want you to be respectful, right? And so here's the thing. I was like, you know what? Let me drop him a comment and see what's going on, right? I didn't know that there was a link because it doesn't show. There is no link. Okay, and he's going off on people because he says there is a link to click. I'm trying to find the link to click on it so I can debate him, right? And I was like, you know what? I don't got time for this because I have to get ready for my own show. Now, with that being said, you know what? Let me go ahead and just address a question here. And well, let's go ahead and listen from the beginning. And as I said, I'm going to try to give libtards a little bit more of a break, okay? I'm going to try that from my side, okay? Because the way that he reacted and the way he responded to me and the way that he was accusing everybody, he thought he was right. But nobody can see the link. Nobody can click the link. And so there was a specific problem going on, and he's just calling everybody, well, you know what? Let's listen to it. Here we go.
Movard, you're stupid. I'm putting you in timeout as well.
Heads up, this guy uses the F-bomb, and, well, today, hopefully, I don't have to drop it, but just an FYI.
Like, I'm putting you in timeout for being stupid. I don't even care if you come up here and debate me or not, but I'm putting you in timeout for making stupid statements. I just dropped that link. Click the link. You guys are such cowards. They are so brave when they can hide in the comments. They're so brave hiding in the comments. They're so brave when they're hiding in the comments. What else? What else? Hey, they've stopped talking. They stopped typing.
Hey, hey. Listen. Listen. He says, guys, listen. Okay, listen. Okay, if I tell my mods, right? Because my mods are my family. They're my supporters. If I tell my mods to not put people in timeout, I will let them know up front. Okay, if you're making really horrible comments, if I see that you've been blocked, of course I don't expect you to type, right? But he's putting people in timeout. He's putting people. Okay, Mohammed, you're not welcome in here. Just so you know, get the hell off my chat. Okay, I'll give you a 30-minute timeout for that bullcrap. Don't be bringing your racist, religious, antifada bullshit into my channel. Okay, you are not welcome here. You do that crap again, I will ban you permanently. I'm sure that you don't have a need, for being in my channel. I get it. Okay, but this is how you get blocked. Okay, you make stupid comments like that, you're spamming, etc. I got you. Okay, so he blocks people, puts them in timeout, and then he says, look at them, they got quiet, they don't want to type anymore. All right, so here we go. I tried clicking the link, it didn't work, but I just want to show you his reaction, and I learned something very important. I will try not to be an asshole like this guy. Okay,
They're being really cautious with their words now. Tell me who's responsible.
here we go. Perfect example right here. Here we go. It's the self-hating, bootlicking idiot. There you go. That'll get you timed out. That's not a comment that is constructive. That doesn't help me at all. Not at all. How does that give me information for me to address you and have a conversation? I want to point this out. TW, how are you? Good morning. Debate is non-existent here. No, Moja, you have to learn respect. You have to learn respect. You don't call up cussing me out, trying to intimidate me. That's not how it works. If you have a legit concern, put it in the chat and say, hey, I want to talk about the states. I want to talk about the economy. Okay, let's talk about it. But you don't come in here and start cussing me out and thinking that I'm going to go ahead and just allow you to call. For what? I'm not going to waste my time. Here, number one, if you hate President Donald Trump, don't even try to call me. Just don't. Don't, because you will never actually focus on policies. You will focus on the hate that you have for one man, and that's not going to work. Okay? All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and continue, because I don't want to be a jerk like this guy, okay? I want to be my own jerk.
Responsible for the state. What state? Fucking idiot.
Okay, so listen. He's gonna call out my question. Listen the way he talks to me. Now, I didn't cuss him out. I didn't say nothing. Watch this.
Tell me who's responsible for the state.
Okay, that's my question. I said, who is responsible for the state? Listen to his reaction.
What state? Fucking idiot.
What state? Effing idiot. But wait, it gets better. Now, I did reply. You guys won't see it here, but I did reply. Hold on. So he just called me an effing idiot because I asked him, who's responsible for the state?
You keep replying. So yes, you indeed have a problem with being wrong. You just take a L and move. I don't know who you're talking about with that.
Watch. Just listen.
Who else? Oh yeah, they've gotten really quiet now.
You listen? He's been muting everybody. What? What? I put my phone number because it's easier for people to dial, right? Not everybody has the capability to go on. And I don't use what is that chat plays? See, I don't even know the damn name of it. So, I put my phone number to make it easier for people to call. It's just that easy. And not everybody has, the capability to go online and click on links and do this and that, right? But just listen to the way he reacts to things.
Any state. All right, hey, whoever, Denny Shire or whatever, listen, I'm not gonna fucking talk back and forth with you in the comments. I'm muting you. Click the link. Like, again, you guys don't even have to leave YouTube.
So he called me an effing idiot, and I said any state. And he got mad at me, and he muted me, and then he wonders why I won't text back to him to explain my question, right? He says, click the link, you idiot. But wait, it gets better.
I am giving you the opportunity to get up here and talk about it. I'm not going to fucking debate with the comments. I'm just going to mute you.
Thank you.
I don't care
muting.
what you guys are saying in the comments. I have no interest in actually debating the comments. All you got to do is click that link. You don't even have to leave your safe space, Snowflake.
I'm a snowflake on top of it. Sure. But wait, there's more.
Guys, you should see this shit. Now all of them are hitting the mannequin challenge now. No.
Nobody wants to chat anymore, guys. No more comments. This motherfucker has muted everybody. Listen, the logic of the libtards, it is unbelievable. It's unexplainable. It's this new libtard phenomenon that's going on in today's age. Because I want you to know, just because you're a Democrat doesn't mean you're a libtard. This is a libtard. This is a libtard in the flesh at 100%. Nobody goes full libtard. But this guy, he went full libtard.
No one has anything to say. You said the link isn't clickable. No, the link is, you can click the link.
What? There's not linkable link? Okay.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
That's not true. I've tested that out.
Yeah. I'm sure you have. No, there was no debate. He muted me.
Interesting. I see what you're saying.
He blocked me. Oh, now
well,
he sees.
Type the link out. It's a short link.
So he starts calling people idiots. I don't give an F about this and that. Oh, type the link out. It's very easy. You know what he missed? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My bad. My bad. I thought the link was good on the mobile devices. No, the link is only good on computers. And so there you go. Tyrone says, you wish to have donations. We give him. Thank you, brother. I know, brother. We give to Dennis for being a good man. I appreciate you, Cutting Edge. Representing, baby. So there you go. So the guy is muting people, and he's cussing them out, blaming them for not coming into his debate.
I guess it's clickable for some and not clickable for others.
There you go.
It probably depends on your view. Regardless, it's a short link. Fuck it. It's still a short link. Click it.
No, I'm sorry about that. My bad. I didn't know. I tried to click the link. It didn't work. I tried to copy. I couldn't copy and paste. No, I'm not going to sit there and freaking type this link that he has on there. Okay. And so I wanted to make a quick point. Okay. And I am going to try not to be an asshole like this guy. Okay. Go ahead. And you know what? Why don't we start off with some phone calls? I think it's fair. Let's start off with some phone calls. Let me give you the number to call in. Let's get this party going, baby. Yeah, here we go. I will just go ahead. I'm going to give you my number. Now, I got something to read to you guys. And this is actually, well, it doesn't surprise me, but you guys should be aware of what the hell is going on in North Korea. So go ahead, guys. There you go. Now the phone number is on the screen. No block numbers. Don't worry. I don't care about your number. I will never call you. Chris, please. Let me tell you what's going to happen when I call Santana. This guy, if I sit there and I said, okay, listen, debate it goes like this. All right, go ahead and state your claim. Okay. Well, this is my claim, right? Now, this is just my claim. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true. This is just my claim. The moment that he gets pissed off at me, he's going to hang up on me and whatever, right? When I ask him a simple question, I said, which state who is responsible for the state? It's a very simple question. So the reaction that he gave me for that simple question, tell me, what is the point of debating at that point? You see what I'm saying? Pops, what you got, Pops? This is the third time I've typed. Okay, here we go. First of all, learn the rules. If I read your comments, my time is very valuable and precious to me. Okay? That's why I appreciate people that support me and give me, words of encouragement. If you want to demand my attention, then you need to put a super chat. And no, we don't take EBTs. It's so simple. 99-cent super chat if you want to be that cheap. But if you want to demand, well, you got to pay the piper. I'm answering questions as I go, and I look at comments as I can. I can't just read everybody's comment and give you credit for what? You're not doing anything for me at all. So I just want to keep it real. Okay, so don't demand anything. If you demand something, listen, you know how you demand? Put your money where your mouth is. All right? Thank you, Jive. Appreciate that. Tyrone, Tyrone, I don't know how long you'll be coming to my channel, bro. I haven't seen you for a little bit. But, man, you should know by now. You should know by now what my policies are and how I am. Hey, Cutting, it's $10. You think I need your Social Security money or your welfare check? Cutting Edge, he doesn't need your money or your welfare check. He's got his own welfare check. He probably gets cash on his food stamp benefits. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Christopher, yes, you have learned. Laugh aloud. Yeah, pay me. Yeah, you want to demand shit? You better pay for it. You know what's wonderful about free services? That they're free. And you get to be ignored or you get to be helped. It doesn't matter how it happens, but that's just how it works. Money talks, bullshit walks. It's such a wonderful Tuesday morning. Come on, guys. Maybe we don't have enough. We don't have enough people trying to ask me questions today. Here we go. Here we go. Somebody is honest. V2 says, "I'm just here for the free to play version." Acceptable. Acceptable. 100%, my friend. Don't worry. I like it. That's okay. That's okay. You know what it is, V2? If you demand, that is the thing. If you demand, pay the piper. This is that simple. If not, just wait your turn and, hopefully maybe I can read your comments, right? Everybody knows the rules. Everybody knows the rules. All right, let's see. Cutting Edge. Oh, to Tyrone. Okay. I think that by now, since my channel's been on, I think that Cutting Edge has given me thousands of dollars already. So when he gives me $10, $5, doesn't matter. Cutting Edge has probably given me thousands of dollars already supporting my channel. So I appreciate him. Plus, he's my Latino brother, and I got nothing but love for him. So he does a lot of research. He keeps me up to date with some stuff. So before you libtards go on and try to insult my chat viewers and supporters, members, watch what you say. Sergeant, I missed your first comment. I saw your name pop up. I missed it. Let me go back up there. You've always been, it's okay. I'm sorry I couldn't join you earlier today, but we had a shop explosion due to a faulty air compressor, and I ended up getting 10 stitches in the back of my, oh man. And I'm in recovery mode. Man, Sergeant, I'm so sorry that happened to you. You know what? I'm going to take away all this bullshit and all this negativity here just for a moment. Father, I ask you, Lord, that you be with us. Father, I ask you for my brother Sergeant on the chat, Lord, for this accident that happened to him. Father, I ask you for healing and a fast recovery. I ask you in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, I want to say thank you, Lord, for being the almighty God that you are. Only you are perfect. We are all imperfect, created in your image, but we are weak, we are faulty, and we thank you for your sending your Son, Jesus Christ, to come and die for our sins. We thank you, Father, for the freedom that you give us to be who we are. We also know your commandments and we know your word, and we know we're not to cross the line. I thank you for your being all merciful. Thank you for your grace. Father, deliver us from temptation. Father, forgive us as we forgive those who sin against us or trespass against us. Give us your daily word every day. Allow our minds to be renewed by the Holy Spirit so that we can continue to thrive to be better people each day. I pray and give you all the glory. Holy, holy, holy art thou forever. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. I hope you recovered fast there, Sergeant. Now, for some of the people that are atheists, don't judge me as a Christian. For some of those who call yourselves a Christian, show me better. And for those of you who understand that we are faulty and imperfect, I appreciate your support. Don't let the devil tell you to stop talking to your Father because you are imperfect. Do you understand? The worst thing that we can do in this world is to say, I love God and I fear God. And then because we feel incompetent, because we feel that we made some mistakes, that we're going to stop talking to God. That's not how it works. We need to confront it every day, and we need to confess our sins to God. Even though he knows everything, we need to acknowledge. We need to acknowledge. Now, the reason why I say show me better is because when people come in here pretending to be Christians, they like to try to correct me, but in the same manner, they're being hateful. So don't correct me. Don't be a hypocrite if you are no better than me. You know what the difference is? That when I talk about Christ, I really believe that. When I correct people, when I rebuke people, when I discipline people, you know what? You know what, Olga man? May God rebuke you, Satan. How's that? And since you say you are Satan, how about you get out of my damn chat? Go to the corner and think about what you did wrong today. Okay, little kid? All right, there you go. Go cry back to mommy. Yes, you can. You can correct me. So if there is something you want to correct me on, there's a phone number right there on the screen. I think you can see that, right? Praise Jesus. Amen. Absolutely. 100%. I try not to be a hypocrite, and I try to live by my word. But you know what? If you think that I'm supposed to be this holy walker with no needs to defend myself, you're in the wrong path. Just go ahead and dial the phone number, and I'll give you 5 minutes. 425-583-1155. Okay? Brian, what's up? That's my new hello for Brian. He knows what's up. Let's see. I'm the only one that can correct you. Is that right? Are you Jesus Christ or something? He's the only one that can correct me. But you can rebuke. You can exhort me, sure. But unless you're perfect, you can't correct me. We can talk our differences, but I don't believe that you can correct me. Yeah, man. Sergeant had an accident, Brian. He got to get some stitches on the back of his head, so we prayed for some speedy recovery for him. So just keep him in your prayers, okay? All right, let's see. What else do we got? The man says the hat should say, "We the people, make America great again." Well, make America great again is exactly what that is meant for American people. Just like the Constitution is meant for American citizens, not for illegal immigrants. Donnell says, Salmon Fish predictions about your rank in Mercy in Neptune caregivers. Salmon Fish predictions about your rank in Mercy and Neptune. I have no idea what the hell you said there. Go ahead, Chris. Give me a phone call. There's the phone number. Doggone it. This ain't no link to click. There's a phone number. Very simple. Oh man, I just don't get it. There is the phone number. There is no link, no confusion. Connect to this other app, third-party app, and then connect to YouTube and come into my line. There's a simple way to communicate. We call it phone numbers. Listen, you don't have to be on video. One day I'll make a time to understand how to actually have a live and invite people into the live. I'm just not into that type of live interaction. I think that it's annoying enough as it is to have a lot of libtards come into my chat, and I'm not gonna sit here and just listen to a bunch of people's voices just clouding out my mind and my way of thinking. It doesn't work that way. He will steal my info with my phone number, please. And what are you gonna do with my phone number? Anybody can grab that number. Don't you see that? You see the hypocrisy? You see who is the coward? The one that can call with their number, or the one that's over here? I mean, the one that's over here showing his phone number, his face, his voice. You know the actual YouTube channel. You know what I stand for. You know what my policies are. You know why I support President Trump. Why I love Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like you know everything about me. Hopefully, you've done your research, right? Yeah, interesting. Well, there you go. There's a phone number. So if I'm not afraid to put my phone number up there, you shouldn't be afraid of calling me either. I'm not a hacker. I'm not no demon. I am an honest man. I'm not a cheater. I'm not a fraud. So what's the problem? You can hide behind your little keyboard and be a keyboard warrior. I get it. That's fine. Try it again. Try it again. I got you. Try it again. I apologize. So I apologize. I had the airplane mode on my phone because I don't answer this phone unless I'm giving it to you. Okay. Go ahead. Son of Truth. Call in. Yeah, I apologize. I thought I took it off, but when I tap on it, it didn't go off. I didn't tap it right. There we go. Son of the Truth. How are you?
What's up, big dog?
Oh shoot! It started with big dog. That's I don't know, man. It's already shady. How you doing, man?
Truth or what?
Say that. Say that again.
You gonna tell the truth or what?
Oh, I always tell the truth.
Do you?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Why do you need to tell people you tell the truth if you don't tell the truth?
Why you ask? You asked the question. Did you not
So
expect
what's
an answer?
the truth? What's the truth then?
What is the truth to you?
You should know you're talking about Jesus.
Yeah, well, I want you to say something. Like you got 5 minutes of uninterrupted time. Go for it.
So what's the truth that says it in the Bible?
No, you tell me.
I'm asking you. I asked
Well,
the
if you're
question.
asking me, then what's the point of you calling me? You call me to tell me, not to ask me. If you
Then I
think
get
that I'm
you.
lying, why would you call to ask me? Your
Then I
mind is
get you.
already made up. You think that you know the truth, but do you?
So I guess you don't know the Father if you can't say it.
Oh, well, I know what it is, but I don't need to prove my point to you. You need to call me and prove your point to me. So go ahead, truth teller. You tell me.
I'm waiting.
Okay, so what is the truth according to the Bible and God?
I don't need to answer your questions if you knew the answer already.
All right, man. Thanks for calling. Don't waste my time. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. If you're gonna call me and say that I'm not telling the truth, no, don't play stupid games, guys. Come on, don't play stupid games. You know, this is one of the things that I don't appreciate with people. They think they're debating, but they're not. They're baiting, not debating. If you call in, make your statement, prove your point. Yeah, what's the point of me sitting here going in circles? What is the truth? For Pete's sakes, the only truth is Jesus Christ. He's the only way, the only life, the only truth. So it's a retarded question that you ask me if you're going to come in and challenge me on Christianity or spiritual values. So don't do that. Don't play stupid games. You play stupid games, you get stupid prices, right? Okay, yeah, don't give me that gotcha. Don't play ignorant with me, son. I'm a half a century old. And if you're older than me, you should know better than how to talk to adults. I am nobody's child. With that being said, if you're going to call me in, you better call in with some sense. But you, my friend, don't get to call in again. Anybody else, please. And so when you call in, just to be clear, if you don't know where I stand with something, then you can ask me. Because if this is the first time that you come into my show, I get it. I got you. But if you know what I'm saying? But if you're gonna question me and just trying to figure out who I am, just say that. So if you say you know the truth, why do you need to hear what I have to say? And instead, just show me. Tell me. My man. What's going on? Shay? Shay? Yes. He said, oh my God, you're Hispanic. Laugh out loud. Look at this. Oh, man. I'm going to tell you what the problem is with today's society. Everybody, you have to understand something. This is my show. This is my channel. Whether I have 10 people or 1,000, it doesn't matter. What you have to understand is when you come into somebody else's house, you come in with respect and humility. If I open up my phone line, if I open up the door to my house, I expect you to respect my rules. If I come into your chat, into your channel, I'm not going to be cursing you out on your channel. That's your channel. I'm going to abide by your rules, and I'm going to try. Well, if I feel that there is a way for us to debate the truth, I would. But, I just gave you the biggest example this morning from Mr. Brotherman over here, Santana, fake Santana. If I make a mistake here with my phone number, for example, okay, I had the airplane mode on, my bad. I apologize about it. That's how you need to say something. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's been following me here for a long time, they know how I am, okay? So nobody's perfect. I got my flaws, but don't come in and try to be all high and mighty on me when you have no essence. See, I gave this guy a chance to, he calls in, I give him a chance to tell me who he is. I don't know him. I don't know what he believes. I need to understand who you are before you start asking me questions. You know what I'm saying? So that way I can have some substance on what I have to say. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling? Hello, you're on the air.
My name's Rob.
Rob?
Yeah.
What's going on, Rob? I can barely hear you, brother.
Hey, good morning. How you doing, Dad?
I can barely hear you. I don't think anybody can hear you.
You can't hear me.
No, it's very, very soft. Can anybody hear in the chat? It's too soft, brother. Let me see if I can hear you. Go ahead and talk.
Can you hear me now?
Very softly. I can still hear you. I don't think that the chat can hear you.
Yeah, it's not going to work. Sorry. Goodbye.
Okay, no problem. Sorry about that, Robert. Yeah, so if you call this for the chat to also listen to, okay? That's how it works. These colors don't run. Look like a mustache, says Alan. Yeah, we're trying to grow back. Just the line, just a little line above the lip. That's all. Yeah, it's okay, Posse. Don't worry about it. It's all right. But I'm glad that you called. Thank you for calling. I can't understand you because we don't speak Spanish on the internet. Sam, don't be an idiot. What a jackass. Do you want me to cuss you out in Spanish? I can do that. Let me see. I'm going to say a sentence in Spanish, and then I will say the same sentence in English. And you tell me what the difference is. Besides being a full libtard like Sam. No seas pendejo tan temprano en la mañana. Don't be so stupid so early in the morning. There you go. Did you guys hear a difference on that? I think so. MAGA channel, baby. MAGA chat. Let's go. Come on, guys. There's a phone number. Come on. You're slowing down my flow here. I want some good calls. I want you to give me some essence. Who are you? What do you believe in? And what are the policies that you follow? And then let's go from there. I want you to tell me, like I'm allowing you to tell me, okay, these are the policies that I follow. This is what I believe in. And you got 5 minutes. Make your case. And if you are allowing me to question it, okay, then I'll question it. But if you want to make a statement, just make a statement. It's all good. Jason Martin, how are you, brother? Good morning. Robert, who's the happy old man? Unhappy old man. This guy. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put a pause on the call-ins because these libtards get too intimidated for some reason. I don't know why. And I will go ahead and open up the lines in a little bit. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and give you our first clip of the day, which is going to be the far-left activist that went to Cuba. Well, Fox made a report, hopefully better than the one that I gave you last night. I haven't watched this.
Cuba plunged into darkness for the third time this month after its power grid totally collapsed. The island nation under a U.S. oil blockade in the grips of a huge economic crisis. And while the country is struggling, a group of far-left activists are on the ground there to protest President Trump and the blockade. They're staying at a five-star hotel, of course, in Havana with electricity and internet and blaming the West.
When we look at the situation that Cuba is enduring now, when we look at the situation of Palestine, of Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, Venezuela, it's the same enemy. United States imperialism and Israeli Zionism.
And members of Code Pink are being called tone deaf by critics for their celebratory attitude to the floundering island.
It's hard to imagine anything more out of touch than influencers flying down some first class with their ring lights and their makeup to hang out in an impoverished country that is currently imprisoning, by the way, a reggaeton artist for writing a song, a protest song that went viral and was co-written with folks, Cuban Americans who are in America. That's the kind of person that the regime imprisons, and the libs are like, sign us up, let's go, we'll stay in a hotel. And by the way, is it a coincidence that the hotel has power so that you can stream the government's approved messages back to Cuban Americans and to Cubans there who are repressed? No, they're doing that for you. That's the regime's work.
Emily, how tone deaf
Oh my gosh, the
do they have
photos.
to be?
I mean, the photos that were circulating online where they were inside like a tour bus and there were photographs from sort of midway or a couple rows back that captured everyone in the rows before them with their iPhones up, capturing the devastation on the streets as if it were a zoo and not humanizing in any way the poverty and the lack and the control and the deep, just the despondence of the situation. To see that celebratory tone is so frightening. And, you know, there's a lot of journalists who put themselves in harm's way to get the truth out and to secure and try to protect freedom for those that don't have it. And this is the exact opposite on that spectrum. And it sort of breaks my heart because I think this now sucks the oxygen out of the viral moments and floods people's feeds, taking away from those journalists and people there on the ground in Cuba who can actually get the message out.
Yeah, I mean, some are calling this a mockery of the Cuban people. I mean, some of these hotel rooms there cost Marcus upwards of $520 a night.
In 2018, I did a 10-day documentary tour for a news organization, and one of the things that we were disciplined about is going there and immersing ourselves in the situation and not trying to stand out. We knew we were being followed. We knew our phones were being tapped. But in order to get the truth out of the people that live there, where time has really stood still, you needed to be a chameleon in that environment. We stayed in the worst of settings. We drove in the worst of cars, not because we were suffering, but because we didn't want to look like we were somewhat better than anybody else. And if you talk to people that live in Cuba today, or talk to folks in Miami who came from Cuba, the only credible message is one that comes from the streets, from people who live inside of that same environment, not in fancy hotels. You
know, Donna, it's a question what happens there. I mean, these people are struggling. We've seen what, the policies of this island do to the people there and what they're currently living with. President Trump recently suggested that we could take action in Cuba. It'll be interesting to see how we handle this going forward as a country.
I think it will be interesting. And when you look at this, I mean, New York, wake up, right? I mean, you want to have a communist person in charge here. This is what happens when you allow communism to take over. And again, to Marcus's point, the only information that you're getting that's credible is from people that actually live there, because the government's never going to tell us exactly what's going on. And this is what happens. You have people wanting to get out, and then you have the people that take their causes of the week and decide that they're going to fly down there, right? These are the same Free Palestine people. These are the same, wave Ukraine flag people. These are the same. So this is the cause of the weak group that is deciding to be outraged now and put these things on social media and become relevant for this topic. So yeah, I mean, in terms of what we're going to do as a country, it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. Obviously, the people of Cuba want to be freed, and I think we're watching this as a kind of a theme with Trump's presidency in terms of trying to go in and make things better.
I mean, we obviously are taking notice that this is the third blackout that they've been through in a month. We started to get word yesterday that the lights started to come back on, but this is a process, and they don't know when the next time they're going to have to face this is again.
Yeah, absolutely. And this reminds me of Greta Thunberg's Gaza-bound flotilla, where it's more about attention and, you know, videos for social media than actually making change. And if they did make change, boy, how misguided would it be? Because what President Trump wants to see is a Cuba free from communism. And the Cuban people agree with that. It's why Cuban Americans have bucked the trend of Hispanic Americans and the left-leaning tilt, because they've seen what socialism does and they know what it is and they reject it full stop. Think about the imagery and, you know, in your mind, put these side by side of these people heading into Cuba on their air-conditioned buses and staying for a few days. And then think about what it looks like when a Cuban flees the country in a two-person raft trying to get to an America that is free. Think about that imagery and see who is right and who is wrong and which policies actually make sense. And if these people really do want to see what Cuba's like and really learn something about it, maybe stay for a few months and then come talk to us about
Instead of in their linen sheets at the 5-star.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Thank you, Emily Campagno. That's interesting, isn't it? How come the libtards, how come nobody that disagrees with me or on the left side of the aisle, as they say, how come none of them seem to point these things out? Like, okay, so you go down there and you don't go over there and experience their pain, so to speak. You don't go over there and spend the time with the locals that are suffering because your little coward selves know that the dark is very scary. And instead of being out there with the public, which, let's be honest, none of these guys trust not one of those people that actually live in Cuba. They don't know who's suffering. They don't know who is oppressing. They don't know who the oppressed are. They go out there just like every other libtard. They go out there and they think they're all high and mighty, and because they have all this privilege, because they have all of these things available to them, they think they can go into somebody else's country that's having a hard time and stay in a safe zone. That's not how you do it. You go in like bloggers. You go in like actual people that want to get a reaction or a reality check on what's going on, and you go in and spend the night in a small town with no power, no energy. Let's see how long you can record. Let's hope that you have enough battery charge to make your case. Let's see how much food did you bring to Cubans. How many supplies did you bring to help them with whatever it is that they need? You got nothing. You spend all this money to go over there, let's face it, on a vacation. On a vacation. That's like if they went to Honduras for vacation. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, there's a difference. When I've gone on vacation to Honduras, you know what? I want to go out. I want to go eat all kinds of foods. I love Honduran food. That's my favorite food in the whole world. You know, and I want to go visit places that I haven't visited. I'm a tourist in my own land. Okay? And I say and I do all that stuff. But if I say I'm going to go down there to help the damnified, if I said I'm going to go down and help a cause that I feel of oppression that's happening, then I need to, you know, react in such a way that it will show what I'm there for. These guys went on vacation. The only difference is they have a loud mouth and some signs. That's it. They didn't go over there and be like, oh my gosh, I want to understand. So how are you doing? What is this? What's that? Give us some information. But no, the libtards always do the same damn thing. Oh, allow illegal immigrants in here. And then they do nothing to put them in their houses. They do nothing to go abroad and help them there. See, I've done that. I've worked with World Vision before. I've done my own Samaritan trips to different parts of the world. That's me. That's my own self. I'm not out there promoting, Republicans or Democrats. I do things because I feel like I need to do something. And if I am able to feed at least one person, I'm going to do that. If I'm able to clothe at least one person, I'm going to do that. But I'm not going to put my family in jeopardy because of that. You see what I'm saying? You got to be able to know what you can give and what you can't. You can't sacrifice your own family to look righteous amongst other people and think that you're doing the right thing. Because that's not going to work. You can't just, neglect your family and dedicate yourself to the church. That's the biggest mistakes that pastors do. That's the biggest mistakes that religious people do. They put the church first and then they ignore all the problems that they could be fixing at home. Team Hype doesn't care about anybody but himself. There has nothing of value. There's been nothing of constructive criticism from Team Hype. Team Hype it's not a team. It's just a one-guy troll who goes out and spreads negativity in all the conservative chats. That's very unfortunate. I wish that we could have had some sort of conversation, but we can't do that. All right, let's go ahead and get to our next clip on here. Well. Government shutdowns. Well, why doesn't that surprise me? Let's take a listen to CNN's report on government shutdown and shutdown.
New optimism this morning that a deal to end the partial government shutdown will get the green light from Democrats and the White House. A White House official telling CNN the deal seems to be acceptable. And this is as travelers, of course, have been facing these excruciatingly long security lines at some airports across the country. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton stepping in to his role as the data guru. I can't stop the guru, whatever. Sarah. All right. So how much of the shutdown in TSA lines how much are people noticing? Because obviously anyone going to the airport's going to notice, but there are those who just might be wondering about what the heck's going on.
Yeah, there are some government shutdowns, partial government shutdowns, where a lot of folks who are not affected by them directly don't really notice them. That is not the case in this situation. Yeah. Just take a look at the Google searches for the TSA. Up 1,000%, up like a rocket from March 1st. That is by far an all-time high for the number of folks who were searching for the TSA. This is a partial government shutdown that can't hide from the American people. They're really noticing it.
That is a lot. And look, it's spring break as well. So a lot of people were either looking to travel or planning on traveling or were traveling. So there's that. How does each party feel about whether their side should stick to their guns and continue to let this shutdown happen?
Yeah, I think this is the key political question, right? Because you see this up 1,000%. People are noticing. And what you see in the polling right now is it was the Democrats who said their party should in fact stick to their guns, say it was worth a shutdown, a partial government shutdown over the funding of ICE and the GHS. We're talking about 55% here, Dems on congressional debt. Just 29% of Republicans said that their side, congressional Republicans, should in fact stick to their guns. It was worth the government shutdown. So we're dealing with these long lines. You see the Democrats saying, you know what, it is worth it, but the Republicans saying, you know what, not really, and that's why they're coming to the table at this point.
Yeah, it looks like there could be a deal in place, hopefully soon. Just how many of Trump's second term has had at least one shutdown as far as by president?
Yeah, okay, and I'm going to do 2 slides at once here, Sarah. So I'm going to switch the script because I'm getting the time cues in my ear here. Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay, look at this. Percentage of the term that the government is shut down. Look at this. 20%. 20% of Trump's second term, there has at least been a partial government shutdown. That is 40 times the average of all the other presidents, just 0.5%. There's been so much time wasted on these different government shutdowns. No wonder Republicans want to get to the table. Actually, pass legislation. But I will note that there is optimism going on here. Chance that this shutdown goes past next Tuesday at 10 a.m. according to the Couch prediction markets. Yesterday we were near a 90% chance. Now with the news coming out, only about half that. Look at that, 49% chance.
Yeah, that's pretty clear, and there may be a deal coming soon. Harry Enton.
We're hopeful.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Seems like what you're seeing behind me there at the airport, those long lines, could those actually be coming to an end? There is a Republican plan to end the partial government shutdown, which of course has forced TSA officers to work without pay. Just coming into us now at CNN, a White House official says that while conversations are ongoing,
quote, "This deal seems to be acceptable." That is an important point, especially after we heard from the president that he was not going to make a deal on Sunday. This proposal would fund all of the Department of Homeland Security, except for a small portion of the ICE budget, which is actually funded by that big, beautiful bill from last year. And then the plan from Republicans is try to push through a bill without Democratic votes to fund the rest of ICE. Now, all of this, of course, coming on the heels of that deployment for ICE agents to more than a dozen airports nationwide. The Trump administration says they are there to help TSA officers who've been struggling to keep up amid staffing shortages. CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House for us this morning. So in terms of this possible deal could be acceptable, that is a really important shift. What more could be in this deal?
Yeah, and it is kind of the first glimmer of optimism that we have had over the course of this 39-day shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, that there may be a path out. Republicans were here at the White House last night, and they emerged relatively optimistic that this proposal that they have to fund the entirety of the agency, including TSA, except ICE, leaving that funding for down the road. They seem fairly sure that this could be the pathway out of this shutdown. Democrats, of course, have been demanding reforms to the immigration agencies. This stops well short of applying all of those reforms, but you do hear from Democrats, at least initially, before they have seen the final text, say that this could potentially be the most viable pathway out of this logjam. Now, there are still hurdles ahead. Of course, it will have to pass the House of Representatives. The very narrow Republican majority in the House doesn't make passing anything particularly easy. And of course, President Trump will have to sign it. He had rejected a plan that looked a lot like this one on Sunday night. And in fact, he spent most of the day yesterday encouraging Republicans not to agree to a deal that doesn't include his new voter ID law, the Save America Act. He said in Memphis yesterday, don't make any deal unless you include voter ID. But after that meeting at the White House last night, Republicans emerged relatively sure that the president would get on board and that they would pass these voter ID provisions down the line when they also try and pass that ICE funding. And now, of course, a White House official saying that, yes, while the conversations are still ongoing, that the plan appears, at least on paper, to be acceptable. Now, we will have to wait and hear from President Trump himself. Of course, his word abides above all others, but as of now, officials fairly optimistic. Of course, a deadline does help in all of this. Many senators are eagerly awaiting their 2-week recess, which begins on Friday. Many of them also likely hoping to avoid those hellish TSA lines as they depart on that recess. So that could potentially be a motivating factor as well. Now, whether that TSA crisis ends immediately when the department is funded remains to be seen. Remember, 400 TSA agents have already resigned as part of this because they weren't getting paid. It doesn't seem clear that all of the logjam will be resolved immediately once the funding goes through, but at least for now, it does seem as if a pathway has been identified to resolving this crisis. Eric.
And a pathway, the first step there. Kevin, appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah?
All right, thank you so much, Erica. And with more on what's happening at airports at this hour, I want to turn to our Ryan Young, who has been at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, the busiest airport in the world, for days and days. We are seeing something that we have not seen in the last 3 days. What are you looking at here?
Well, there may be a celebration here at the airport before it's all said and done, especially for the folks who've been working nonstop, extra shifts. If you look right here, you can see this is the main checkpoint. Almost no lines, no waiting, Sarah. It is unbelievable at this point. This morning started briskly with a lot of people showing up here at the airport. Lines were long. People were waiting about an hour. But when that rush hour went away pretty quickly this morning, we ended up with this. And there seems to be more lines open than normal right now with the TSA workers here breezing people through. In fact, a lot of folks have been showing up shocked at how short the lines are. Take a listen to some of the folks we talked to this morning.
I don't see how extra security could be bad, you know.
Right.
I mean, they're going to help out and, you know, make things move a little faster, but whether they're doing that or not, we don't know. But extra security is always good to me.
I mean, you think it's not going to be that bad, but then you get here and, you know, you think, oh man, it really is as bad as they say it is.
So there's a bit of a mix here. So when people were showing up and going right into the TSA pre-check line, a lot of them weren't even checking the main checkpoint line. That line has been open and moving pretty quickly. Some folks just get so used to going to the line they go to, they didn't even check to see what that's like. We've also seen those ICE agents moving through today. A lot of folks are saying they're very pleasant. Look, they're not wearing masks. In fact, on this line right here, you can see two of them standing behind the TSA agents. I'm not sure we can get a complete focus on that, but just wanted to show you that they've been walking around the perimeter. Atlanta police have also been added to this equation in terms of showing up extra patrols. But the story right now, Sarah, quite honestly, is the fact that the lines have disappeared. We haven't seen this like in a week. So this is good news. If you have a flight to catch, you should know that you can probably maybe take a deep breath. At one point, this line stretched all the way down the hallway. This one is gone as well. So I guess we'll just give a thumbs up and smile a little bit, Sarah, and take a break.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're looking at two different pictures here. This is from earlier this morning where there were a lot of people in line and things have.
Slump, why are you so condescending, bro? Why are you hating on somebody's living? Aren't you the libtards that are against the rich billionaires? Shouldn't you be supporting me, a poor folk guy, trying to make a living, doing a podcast? Huh? Shouldn't you be doing that? Shut the hell up. Nobody gives a shit about your opinion. Kim, my son went to Italy from Newark last week. From entering the airport to the gate took him 30 minutes. Never so fast for any flight in the past. You know what's crazy is I'm not offended by that, bro. It's just your retardedness is beyond. It doesn't make sense. What's funny is that Democrats, for the very simple reason that is President Trump trying to do his agenda, which is what we voted for, Democrats keep shutting down the government because they've been used to getting it their way. Now, they always say Trump wants to be king. Well, they are. Legislature, the Congress, they are trying to be kings. They think that their shit smells like roses. Democrat has proven nothing to me but failure. I wish that they would show me that they are for this country. But every single time that they get, okay, Slump, my bro, get out of here, bro. I gave you guys a chance, man. 10 minutes in the corner. Go think about what you did wrong, okay? All right. You know, I give people a chance. That's not constructive. That's not helping. That's not doing anything. But you know, if Congress was able to give us something of substance, I would love to back them up. I would love to back them up. But everything that they do is a failure. For example, they want all this universal health care for illegal immigrants. Screw the American citizens. They want to go to Cuba and celebrate and support the communists. The very same people that are oppressing Cubans. It's a failure. Do you understand? All the libtards, every single libtard, and those liars that tell me that they're Republicans, bull crap. Bull crap, you're not Republican. You're rhinos, is what you are. The policies that we have in place, whether you like Trump or not, the policies are solid. And whether you think, because it's not a fact, you're entitled to your opinion. That's fantastic. That's great. But you're not entitled to your facts. Do you understand? You can say and repeat the same echo rhetoric from the left and say pedophile, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit at this point anymore. President Trump is the only president who has been able to have the balls to actually stand up for America. And you might say, well, wait a minute. How? He is invading every country. You know what? Dominance. Strength. That's how you get peace. You have to understand, some of our enemies, they want to destroy. We want to protect. But we got to fight right now. If we don't fight, we will not have results. And that is a fact. That's not my facts. It is a fact. If you don't want to fight and argue with any president or any party about the legitimacy of the elections, set the America Act. Prove your citizenship. All the people that want to call eyes on me, I'm going to register. I'm going to prove my citizenship. How does that make me a bootlicker? Go ahead and tell me that, Bart. Why don't you go ahead and tell me why? Yeah, thank you for getting rid of that jerk. You're protecting nobody. And who are you protecting? The libtards? The cancer of this country? The mentally retarded? And I don't mean handicapped people. I'm talking about libtards. You guys are so mentally retarded, you support evil and not good. You support drugs pouring into our country, not safety. You support terrorists just pouring into our country to an unsecured border, not safety. You support all these illegal immigrants grabbing all the jobs that they can over here and claim that you are supporting the United States of America and say that illegal immigrants are over here giving all this money to the United States of America. Bullshit. I shared with you so many facts last night. As a matter of fact, we can always go over it again if you want to learn what's going on the Democratic state. I have 10 companies leaving. What? Okay, Arthur, don't bring that bullshit in here, bro. See, I want you to know why he's getting timed out. He's bringing in here some MS-13 gang member alert. Bullshit. Get the hell out of my chat with that, you piece of shit. I have no patience for you on that. Give me some comments. I'm letting you guys go. I'm letting you guys go with comments, but I don't think you understand how this works. That's right, Nick, and he knows that I'm telling the truth. He knows that I'm telling the truth. I don't know, Cam. I wish that that I can answer that question. They don't know. They really believe they really believe that tyrants, that evil people who want to destroy and kill us, they really think that by giving them a hug is fixing the problem. Let's see. Roger says Gulf of America hat is the dumbest MAGA merch I've ever seen. Is that right? So, Roger, tell me why. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that the Gulf of America it's the dumbest thing? Do you miss your colonizer's name, Gulf of Mexico? Because you love the name Mexico, which was given by your colonizers. Yeah. The difference is that the America, Gulf of America, is the name after the continent. Not only that, but most of the Gulf is surrounded by the United States of America. Yeah, go ahead, Google it, my friend. Google it and tell me, what does it say on the world map? Listen, Gulf of Mexico was fantastic for as long as it was in history, but it is now Gulf of America. I like how you guys get triggered by that. Something so insignificant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything, guys. It doesn't mean anything. You can call it Gulf of Italy. I don't give a shit. The fact that you guys get triggered with that's the stupidest thing. The fact that you get so violent, against people that have Make America Great hats again, is the epiphany of stupidity. you know what I'm saying? Like, I go out there, I'm always strapped. I don't know what people think is a okay thing to do. If I see a mob of people trying to surround me, somebody's getting shot. There is no joke. Somebody's getting shot. You will not try to kill me. That's not the game that I play. We are not playing that, especially if I'm with my family. No, you don't get to intimidate me or my family in any way. So, yeah, the epiphany or epiphany? The epiphany, I think, is the word. Yeah, thanks for correcting me. I don't know. I should have never used that word. I don't know what the hell that is. Epiphany, I think, is the word. Let me look it up. You guys don't understand. I think 100% in Spanish. Let's see. How would I spell that? How do I spell that? E-P-I-P. Epiphany. Yeah. Yeah, the manifestation of Christ to the Gentiles are represented by the Magi. Okay, there you go. So it also says a festival commemorating the Epiphany on January 6th. Funny how they use January 6th on that. The manifestation of a divine or supernatural being. Many believe the scene to represent the epiphany of the goddess. Well, there you go. Epiphany. Thank you, Jason. I have found it. That's right. It is the Epiphany. All right. Thank you guys for correcting me. I appreciate that. But the fact remains, like, the way that I interpret, the way that I think, it is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you understand what I said on that or not. But it's the utmost high point of the retardedness. How's that? Is that better? Stupidity is the libtard's god. That's what I'm trying to make a point on. Okay, you guys worship stupidity. Let's take a look. Well, you know what? Here's a lie that was given by some libtards on their podcast. They were claiming that Iran, and I'm going to specifically say Santana. He was claiming. Christopher, you're gone. Don't do that. I don't know what that is, so time out. Yeah, English is my second language. That is true. Michael, I do love Israel. Mickey, I don't think any points that I'm making here is going to be meaningful to you in any way. Navigator, America is the king piece on the chessboard. There you go. I like that. Gulf of Stupidity. No, they call it Gulf of Mexico, but I wouldn't call it stupidity. I'd rather call it Gulf of America. Stop insulting the Mexicans. Amanda says, quote, I love the less educated. Thank you very much, Amanda. I'm sure he loves me. So true that is, but why makes no sense. Hey, listen, I will take that. If it doesn't make sense, I'll take it. But how would I emphasize how would I say that libtards worship is stupidity? How would I say that? That's what I was trying to get to. But I misinterpreted. I will take that loss. Epiphany is a 7th grade word. Real quick, ready? I'm going to ask you a question. Where is Honduras? Quick, anybody. Don't look it up. Don't Google. Where is Honduras? Nobody. Not even Mindspeak? Seriously? It's in Central America. You libtards and all of you conservatives who didn't know where that was. Shame on you. Unbelievable. You're fired. Too late to respond. I'll give you the yeah, there you go, the big jackass, of course. Nonar says South America. Wow. Robert, south of the borders. Robert, you're fired. Jason heard my response. I think he's got a good connection. You guys have a slow connection. That's what it is. I saw my question come through my phone like 2 seconds after I said it. So if you guys have a longer delay, it is what it is. Sorry about that. It is what it is. Yeah. Okay, so I want you to know, when I came to this country, for that person that says, that epiphany is the word of 7th grade, I'm going to tell you something. When I came to 7th grade here in the United States of America, what I learned in 3rd grade was a lot higher and more advanced than the Americans were teaching here on 7th grade. Let me tell you that much. If I became a little retarded by having an education of secondary education here, it's not my fault. I have been corrupted by the retard educational system that we have. Not my fault. My intelligence was suppressed for so long that I didn't get to evolve in the English vocabulary. Yeah, man. Robert, you got fired faster than the sound guy on the Dennis Herrera show. The camera guy, you are very close. I would not be smiling internally. This whole team that I have working for the Dennis Herrera show, they are legal, but very skittish. Just very skittish. Oh, man. Spades, if you don't understand sarcasm, you are retarded. And says you can see that they are doing the same. I don't know what that means. You guys have to remember there is a delay on the chat. That's why I allow you guys to call me. and I will own it. If I don't make sense on some of my sayings, I get it. Every single word that I speak in English is translated from Spanish, just so you know. All right? That's right, Jorge. Again, people don't get sarcasm. Oh, man. He's a little libtard. He's a little libtard. I gave you the lefticals answer. I figure that you will take their side, Robert. I'm just playing, brother. I'm just playing. But anyways, I came to this country on 7th grade. Well, it should be 8th grade, but they made me repeat 7th grade because I didn't speak English. And 6 months later, I'm speaking fluent English. After 3 months of being an ESL class, they put me in a regular speaking English class. And, we went from there. Imagine that. 3 months to be able to collect enough English to be in the same class with everybody else. That's pretty respectable, I think. That's pretty respectable. Chad, we'll see. We'll see. You never see me campaign. You see me on a show where I'm here to entertain. We can talk politics and religion and all this other stuff. But I can tell you, you've never seen me speaking in public. You've never seen me on fire. Let me just tell you that. And not to give you any ideas, I do not want to be set on actual fire. Okay, that's just a figure of speech. Don't get old. Don't get old literal with me on that. Jorge says this is not fluent. Jorge, you know what, Jorge? I would like to have a conversation with you, bro. I want to hear the wisdom of your words. Why don't you call me in, Jorge? Here, I'll give you the phone number. I don't think I let Jorge call in before. Let me see. Let me give you the phone number right there. There's just a little delay, I will admit, so I will give you a heads up. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. I always give credit to Americans that try to speak Spanish. It doesn't matter how shitty they sound. I understand what they're saying. And what I don't understand what they're saying is like, I try to, to help them out. You know what I'm saying? But I got more respect for those who try to speak a second language, even if it sounds horrible. But the thing to do is to at least try. All right, Jorge says, I know you would. I am good. I bet you are. That sounds like a soft pass. I don't think you're hard, man, at all. Let's see. Jason says, I love to call in. English wasn't my first language either. No, Jason, your English is better than mine, and you probably have better understanding than I am. David Herrera is a Jew, apparently. Congratulations. Good for you. The headman says, Geomar, I was seeing if he caught it. Caught what? I don't know what you said. Did I catch it? Did I miss it? Did I? Come on, here you go. Phone number is available. Jason, go ahead and call in, bro. Go ahead and call in if you can. I don't know if you guys are at work, if you guys are just trolling on your breaks or whatnot. Thomas, yeah, you're not late at all. Honduras is in Central America. Oh man. Let's see. Where's? Let me. I'm gonna go look for that username. See if I. Not too many. Fluent is a bit far. I don't know. That's too many chats in the back. Uh-oh, watch out. Good morning, my brother.
Dennis, what's up?
Man, what do you got? What do you got for me? Did you watch the interaction with Santana?
With who?
Santana? Were you not here yet?
No.
All right, I'll go ahead and play it in a little bit. But what do you think? These guys, they like to call me names. They like to contradict me, but they don't like to call. I don't know why.
They're too scared of their own shadow, man. And they're going to sit there and chat like, no, that's not the case. You're a mad fool or whatever, man. That's stupid. You don't have the balls or the sack to step up and be a man and defend your position. So you come in here with this pansy little comments to make yourself feel better. I put someone down today. You're a fool. You're the one that looks like an idiot.
I don't think they understood what you said. They must speak.
Okay.
They must speak French or something or German. There's a lot of people that are inside racist people, or you know what I don't get. It's that I sit here every day, right? And I sit here, and I speak about things that I believe help America. I agree that there is some things that, for example, in the economy, right, that are going to go, that we're going to have some hardships. Inflation happens every day. But every time that they blame President Donald Trump, I always want people to tell me, so if you blame Trump for everything, you blame Trump for job losses, you blame Trump for closing down businesses, you blame Trump for the unaffordability, you blame Trump for all of the things that happen all in the blue states, right? And my question is always the same. Who is responsible for the states individually? It's not President Donald Trump. And I dropped a bunch of facts last night. You were there for that, I believe.
Yes.
All these companies that are leaving. Why are they leaving? Not one of them says we're leaving because Trump is doing attacks in Iran. Not one of them. Not one of the millionaires, not one of the billionaires, not one of the middle class businesses that had to shut down. Not one of them blame President Trump for the problem, but everybody addressed the taxation problem that we have, the lack of budgeting, the misuse of funds, the fraud, the abuse, all the waste. You know what I'm saying? It's just like...
But they don't understand that the Democrats have controlled the majority of those years of the U.S. where this has become such a big problem.
Yeah.
But, they're going to apologize and say, they brought down the budget. No, they have not brought down the deficit at all.
Well, I even mentioned that last night. I mean, I was adding up all the trillions of dollars that this country uses to maintain what we have. And then, all the trillions of dollars that not Republicans, not Democrats, none of them know where the money really went. And here's the thing that people don't understand. When I talk about that, they don't understand this. So we need trillions of dollars to support what we have in this country. But they're missing a key point. The key point that they're missing is, it's not that we need trillions of dollars, which you know how I stand with security, right? With national security. You know where I stand with the military, etc. But they miss one key point. And I always ask, okay, what is the one thing that has been happening year after year before Trump started putting tariffs? We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars. Get rid of million. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And we still need trillions of dollars to run this country. If we don't lose money, our economy will stabilize. If we're bringing money in, like just we did with Trump in this last 2025, was over $270 billion. Democrats have never done that. And they brought in like $70 billion because of the tariffs that President Trump put on China. Why didn't the Democrats remove those tariffs? You know why? Because they were right. But it wasn't enough. And, and that's something that they always miss. And I wish that they would address that. I wish that they would acknowledge, well, shit, Now we're getting 290,000, 90,000. I keep saying thousand. I've never seen billions of dollars. I only seen thousands. but they don't say, thanks to the Republicans. If you just want to say it that way, right? If you don't want to give credit to Trump, thanks to Republicans, we got $290 billion coming in positive. And then they say, well, where's the money? I didn't get no money. And I'm like, well, we got national security. Our troops need to be fed. Our military needs to be fed. There needs to be a pension for them. When they become veterans, they need to be taken care of. And I'm thinking about all this stuff, and I just don't see that same, concern from the left side. I'm not sure why. I really want them to tell me. I want them to convince me. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm looking at.
Well, they will never come in and convince you, Dennis, because they don't. Again, I said this yesterday. You were here when I told them you're only looking at half of the full picture. They come in here looking at half of the full picture, saying, "Oh, well, that's not right."
Yeah.
They keep complaining about this war. It's like you don't understand. The people of Iran are celebrating in the streets, and they welcome the support of U.S. and Israel doing these strikes, where they themselves cannot take them down. The Iranians are saying they have 40,000 killed. Trump's saying 36,000. It's still in the realm of tens of thousands that they murdered their own civilians in their own country for standing up for a change.
Yeah.
But they don't get that. They don't get that their proxies are Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthi. They don't understand these things, that this is their little extra arms that they're handing out there, their proxies that are doing these acts of terror across the Middle East and around the world. They don't understand those things. All they understand is, oh, you attacked the nation. Oh, my God, that's bad. It's World War III. It's, to my knowledge right now, it's definitely not World War III.
Yeah.
If anything, Iran is bringing their type of World War III to their own country by attacking everyone and their goldfish in aquarium tanks.
Yeah, they're in war. Yeah, they're in war. We're not. But they're in war, and we're just trying to stop them from continuing that war.
This current
I know it's confusing.
battle, if you will, is more like a campaign than it is a war right now at this stage.
Yeah.
So don't get it twisted. Taking down a fanatical regime that celebrates martyrism, terrorism, and death needs to be wiped off the face of this earth.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Hey, Headman, Headman says, as a Gulf War veteran, the VA continues to deny my claims. So I got two questions for you. One of them, were you honorably discharged? And two, what is that claim, if you want to share? You can put that on the chat, or you can call me and make your case. And if you are in Washington State, you are in luck today, because I am running for governor in this state. And veterans are going to be my priority.
I would like to tell him, Dennis, as a veteran myself of Army and Navy, he needs to go through offices at the VA that will help him see where those factors are being missed and what his actual disabilities are that he qualifies for. There's people out there that will fight for you and find your disabilities that you don't even see that you qualify for.
Uh-huh. So what would be a reason for a veteran to be denied a claim or something?
Well, there's several reasons to that. Number one, most common is they don't know which disability they think they need to claim for. They're just saying, I have tinnitus, which is ringing of the ears, or I have problems with my breathing or lung issues, which is linked to asbestos and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but they don't understand what or where, or they don't provide the dates of where they were at that would say, okay, that lines up with asbestos, or this aligns with your health issues. Okay, you're qualified.
I
So
see.
they're missing specific dates. They're missing specific places that they're that aligns with these things that they will qualify for.
Yeah. So you know that a lot of Democrats or leftist people they talk so bad about Mike. What's his last name? Johnson. I don't want to butcher the name. Is it Mike Johnson?
Yes, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House.
Yeah, Speaker. Yeah, I don't know why I thought Johnson was not his last name for a second. But Mike Johnson, everybody talks shit on the left about him. And did you know that he doesn't really collect a salary?
Yeah.
Did you know that he uses his salary to house and feed veterans?
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that
I
crazy?
did not know that
Nobody
myself.
knows that. Nobody knows that because they don't want to know. But you know what? Speaking of the House, bro, I mean, my hat off for him, bro. My hat off to him. The fact that people don't appreciate that, that's crazy. And the other thing is, like, we have all these veterans out here, right? Okay, what is it that you need help with? What is the claim? I know that they have a veterans place to go into and have somebody help them with filling out paperwork or whatever they need. If you wanna tackle all of these issues, you gotta be able to work with us. You can't just protest every single fart out there that goes up in the air. You can't just go protest every single thing that the administration is trying to do. All you are is becoming obstacles. You see us fighting all the time. No benefits for illegal immigrants. We fight for that shit all the time. We want free health care for people that are not middle class, and they fight us on that. And it's just like, bro, you got to give me something to work with. And they just don't want to do that. And somebody calling from, what?
In this country, isn't the military
From Eureka.
spending? It's the social justice programs that are being put in place.
Yeah.
That's the biggest wasting funds.
Yeah, and I'm going to tackle that later on. I know that people still can't believe that I'm going to run. They think, they hear me on the show and they think that I'm going to talk to people like this when I'm running for office. There's a difference. This is my house. I talk the way I want in my house. When I'm out there and actually working for public service, there's a little bit difference. Now, would I tolerate bullshit from people? No, that's not going to change. But I'm definitely going to have to sit there and try to go on podcasts, with other people and talk politics with other people and just kind of put out there what I am actually running for. What are my policies? And I'm going to tell you that right now, with all of these issues that we have here in Washington State, brother, I have a list of things. That I hope that when I start my campaign, they start having their eyes open, and I want to see the government change their ways. Because I'd rather not be in office. But if I feel like somebody's going to run against me or with me, I need to beat them. And if they cannot beat me, then I definitely need to beat them. You know what I'm saying? I definitely need to take their position. But I want somebody to defeat me on fighting harder for my state. And if they can't do that, I am not going to back down until I get the people to vote me down, or out.
I'd like to answer Pedro's question in the chat. Why does ICE wear a mask? The fact, Pedro, the simple fact, and the simple answer to this is that there's evil people out there that are doxing, a.k.a. unmasking or revealing personal info about these officers, which exposes not only them but their families and puts them in danger of people that are crazy enough that will do harm to them or will bully them or their family or their children. That's the reason why they wear masks, so they don't get doxed and put under this crazy scrutiny, hatred, and violence that they're facing for doing the job that they were put out to do.
Yeah. That's what's even crazier is that the people that ask this question about ICE agents being masked. Oh, brother, I'm gonna tell you something. When I get in office, bro, there's gonna be a lot of executive orders being signed, my friend. I'm gonna reset Washington State. I'm gonna make the state great again. Bro, I wish I can say more.
Breaking it down yesterday. That was a really good job you did yesterday, breaking everything down in Washington State. So that was good.
Yeah, no, and it's just gonna get better, bro. I wish that I can say more, but I can't say more because I'm not official. So here's Mud Butter who says, I can guarantee Dennis will not win. You remember what they said about President Trump? Oh, I dare you to run. I dare you. And your new President Donald J. Trump.
The funny thing is, Dennis, these militaries are the ones that wanted you to wear a mask in the first place.
Oh, man. They weren't mad at me when I said no mask. And then they try to force me. They forced me to wear masks.
It's like, what kind of idiot crap? What?
Yeah, even my favorite governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, says, "To hell with your rights."
Mud Mud Butter is just adding Twitter across multiple channels. I
Yeah.
don't allow him on Mike's channel.
Yeah.
And I won't allow him here.
Oh, bye Mud Butters. Oh man,
Mud
you have
Butters.
been
Try again
doxxed.
tomorrow.
Have a good one, bud. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, you too, bud.
Oh, here we go. The headman says, he says, I was stationed at Whidbey Island in Washington. What year, headman? And by the way, thank you for your service on that note. And you too, bro. I can't believe that you. I didn't know you was a veteran, man.
Yeah,
Man, you're one of my warriors, baby. I love that. I love that.
If they get,
You know what?
I'll just serve again.
Listen, these people can go ahead and say all they want in here. You have to understand something, okay? And I don't know. I feel like I sometimes I have to explain this to people. When people call in, if when people want to call in and debate, okay? First of all, if I am debating to run for public office, you have to understand that there are rules that I need to follow, because it's not my house, right? It's not my show.
Right.
It's not my personal. No, there is rules. All right, you will not be cursing out or whatever the rule is, right? I don't know what the rule's going to be there, but I'm gonna let the governor talk. I'm gonna let everybody speak. You give me your facts. I got a list of my facts. I don't have to memorize jack shit. Everything that I say, I believe. And everything I say, I've seen. And I clarify. And I have verified. And I have experience. So when people want to challenge me on a debate when it comes to that, sure, let's talk about it. You know, but one of the biggest things that people don't realize on either side of the aisle, if you support Trump, you have to understand something. Whether you support Trump or don't, the fact is still remains. President Trump, the executive branch that oversees the whole country, is in charge of foreign affairs. Whatever that may dictate, they are in charge of foreign affairs. They are also there to run the country. How do they run the country? Well, every state has a governor, has a commander-in-chief, an executive chief, and they are responsible for their states. So my job, or President Trump's job, or whoever the president is to make sure that those executive chiefs they got all the tools to get the job done. And he also has the power to oversee what they are doing wrong. For example, one of the things that people don't like about Trump is, hey, dirty money, is that the President Trump is sending the National Guard, to the states, right? And the thing is that when he does that, he doesn't just send them out there. He talks to the governor. Hey, control the violence, control the crime. Why is law-abiding citizens being put in jail, and Antifa agitators with violence are rampant, running the streets, intimidating police officers, the law enforcers, the peace officers? They need to keep the peace. You want to protest, protect your Second Amendment right, your First Amendment right, the 5th, the 12th, 11th, 14th, whatever amendment right. You got to do that in a peaceful manner. You don't go out there and intimidate the law officers. You don't go out there and provoke. MindSpeak told me on Sunday, he's like, whoa, they're trained, they're professional, they're supposed to take it. No, mofo, they're humans. They're going to go out there and enforce the law. So not to go make a long story, a short story long, I'm going to make it short, right? It's the governors, the mayors. This is why you have mayor per cities. You have city councils per county. You have all of this team to be able to maintain and work for their states. If they need help from the government, from the federal government, then they can reach out. That is a fact. And so I'm not going to expect President Trump or whoever the president is going to be, because I don't think it's going to be Trump, by the way. Whoever the president is going to be, I don't expect them to give me all this money without showing accountability. First of all, what happens to you if you try to go get a loan? What do you have to show in order for you to get favor to get a loan? Let me see if you can give me that answer real quick on your own perspective. What do you need to do to get a loan from me?
There's actually several factors to getting a loan. First of all, they're going to look at your income. They're going to look at your debt to income ratio.
Yeah.
They're going to look at your credit score. There's a lot of factors that's going to go into it. It's like, okay, can you actually afford this loan? Can you afford to repay it back?
Right.
They're not just going to give you a loan just to give you the loan. They're going to look at all these factors and say, hey, okay, so they're not a big risk. They're faithful in their payments. They have good credit. So you're more than likely to get a loan if you're 700 and above. Below 700, your odds decline very quickly because they don't think you have the credit rating or the history to be able to pay back that loan. So
Right.
they're not going to trust you with their money.
Right. So if you have all these debts and all these late payments, you know, on a personal level, I can understand, right? This whole unaffordability that's going on. I get it. I don't expect people's credit to be perfect. I get it. But if you want to get a loan from me, a big loan from me, I got to know that you're reliable. And if you just have all these debts everywhere and then, oh my God, you just keep ripping people off with money, I'm not going to trust you, and you shouldn't have money. You know, somebody else should be in charge of that money. And so that's kind of how I see it. You know, in order for you to ask daddy, in order for you to ask daddy for money, you got to show him that you are responsible with the money that you do have. And then he's going to want to give you more. You know, but if you're going to go against the rules of the house, then how can you ask for help? You know, I can see if President Trump is just raising taxes, federal taxes. Can you imagine? I'll be against him. I will be against him. What is the one thing that I notice between Republicans and Democrats? Not to say that one is better than the other, but what is the difference that I see with Republicans and Democrats? I see that one of them wants to cut taxes. The other one wants to raise taxes. When we talk about these two parties, okay, how do we bring more money into our state? The Republicans say we create more jobs. We want to attract companies. We want to attract corporations. Invest with us. The Democrats say we're going to impose an extra tax. We're going to charge you more taxes for doing business. And then we're going to charge you an extra payroll tax. And then we're going to charge you for luxury tax. And I want to give you another tax. That's the problem with the Democrats. Okay? So you have these two views. They're very, very different. You know, for example, you know, people might argue with me that California is the fourth largest economy state. But of what? Of taking money from the hardworking Americans? That's not really something that I would be proud of. I would be proud of Washington State in specific, because this is what I know, that we brought 20,000 new jobs to Washington State, not losing 17 plus thousand. Wait, hold on. What was the number? Hold on. Let me retract that. Let me go back. I think it was 19,500 layoffs already this year. And there was 78,900, let's say 79,000 job cuts in 2025. That's 79, 89, 98. Jesus, that's almost 100,000 jobs lost in Washington State. Think about this. Hold on, caller. I will, when I open the line, I'll have you call. Think about this. 100,000 jobs lost in Washington State. Check this out. How many taxes? Oh my gosh, dude, it's so common sense. I don't know why they don't see it. How many taxes have we lost with 100,000 jobs? How many taxes? Yearly taxes. Not just one paycheck. Yearly taxes. Think about this. How many taxes by all of those big corporations and companies not paying their payroll tax, their taxes for doing business, they're paying taxes for what they gain. All of those taxes, think about it. What do you think a government that runs big corporations away from the state are going to have to do when they need more money? What do you think, if you've been following me, not to put you on the spot, what do you think the Democrats have to do when all these rich people, all these millionaires leave the state and they still need that money? What do you think is going to happen to the rest of the hardworking Americans?
Well, that's an easy answer, Dennis. Look at Virginia, look at New York, look at Washington, look at all these blue states that have these new elected people. What are they doing? They're putting all of these taxes in. They're taking away, like, moron Scamdani, he's taking away the rainy day fund. He's taking away these other monies that they've had saved up and put it towards his stuff. It's not going to benefit anyone. All you're going to do is lose more because it's going to tax your stuff until you don't own it and they can repossess it.
Yep. And what is going to be? What is the working class going to have to do with those taxes that they can no longer collect from the billionaires?
They have to pay more.
They got to raise the taxes on the rest of the people that stay in the state. Well, you know what, Governor Hochul, what's her name? Hochul.
Yeah, she's begging people to come back.
Yeah, she's begging those millionaires to come back now and pay their fair share. You can't
they're not
force
coming back,
people,
baby.
man,
They're
to give
leaving.
away their wealth. You just can't do it. That's a communist move. Yeah, that's it. All right, man. Thanks for the call, brother. We'll see a couple of people try to call in. Let's give them a chance
All right, man.
to
I'll
give
see
us
you
some
in chat.
insight. All right, be blessed, brother. Woo! Man, I forgot I have this little phone holder arm next to me. When my arm was getting tired of holding the phone. All right, hopefully we get we get some very loud talkers here, because the last caller, not the last one, but the one before, we couldn't hear what he was saying. All right, with that being said, the question is almost rhetorical, right? So go ahead and give me a call. There's the phone number right there. Let's talk about how Trump is doing and who is responsible for the states. Give me a call. Give me your 2 cents. I want to hear from you. I want to have different opinions. I want to understand the way you see things. Okay. Go ahead. Hey, don't be shy, man. I'm gonna try to be as kind as possible, but don't come in here with some BS either. Okay. Seriously, and if you have a plan that is better than mine, by all means, give it to me, baby. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to give people a chance. Thank you, Victor. Now, the thing is, like, if it is a political debate that I'm going to do, will I get upset? Absolutely. Would I get passionate? Absolutely. Would I be more respectful to allow my opponents to respond? Sure. But I can't promise I won't interrupt at all. You know why I wear this hat, Kevin? Do you know why I wear this hat? Why do you think I wear this hat? Why do you think I wear this hat? Headman, man, so close. Whidbey Island is so close to me. And my brother-in-law served in the military. He was, I believe he was Marines. My cousins, I had cousins. One of them passed away maybe about 4 or 5 years ago here on the States on an accident. He was Army. I have other cousins. One of them female I think she's in the Air Force, but she doesn't fly the plane. She's just in the Air Force. I don't know what the hell she does. I have a cousin who is a Master Chief in the Navy, and I think he's very smart. He's from what I hear, he's very disciplined, good leader, and very proud of him. Very, very proud of him. And so I appreciate them for their service, and there's other people in the family that have served. I myself haven't, but I hope to make up and help here domestically. So, Headman, are you still here in Washington State, or you were just deployed here for a bit? Because I'm going to fight for our veterans over here. The Headman says, how did Kamala blow billions of dollars on her campaign? Oh, interesting. That's a very good question. And, we know why, right? We know how. paying very big influencers, music artists, etc., paying them big bucks. I find very interesting how many Democrats or libtards or lefties or whatever went off on Kristi Noem for spending $220 million on advertising, saying that it was a selfish move, it was all about her. And yet, Kamala blew over $1 billion on her campaign, on her propaganda, on her advertising. And yet, nobody had a problem with it. It's no big deal. I get it. Paul Salsi in the house, our Trantifia hound dog. He will let us know when he senses or smells Trantifia on the chat. Welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome. Rubio has come a long way. Ascension, that is a good name for that comment. He has. And, I I think he's going to be the next president, but what the hell do I know? Trump could get a third term if he runs for vice president and then the elected president resigns. See, that's really pushing it. That's really pushing it. I guess that could be possible. That could be possible, but the problem is that I think that Trump is already at a very advanced age. I don't think he should run for a third term. I think he's just going to blow up everything great that he has built so far, in my opinion. In Florida, well, I can't help you there, my friend, but I'm surprised that the Floridian government is not stepping up and looking into that. I mean, maybe you should reach out, to the mayor of your town or even directly to the governor. I know that I've seen veterans in here who are very anti-American, and that's very sad to see. It really is very sad to see. So, those people, I'm sorry, but I can't help those people. But those who are here and they need support, all those veterans, all they got to do is come in. And if we had to make a new department to help veterans, I'd rather spend millions of dollars on veteran programs to help them fill out forms, etc., than to give hundreds of millions of dollars to help immigrants become American citizens. That is ridiculous. We should not be using taxpayer dollars for that sort of program. I think it's such a waste of money. And if any resident green card alien, card holder wants to be a citizen, they got to do what I did. I did my own research. I learned to speak English. Not the greatest, but I learned to speak English, at least to communicate in some manner. And you know what? I pay all my fees. I worked, I saved, and I paid my fees. And I don't see why Americans have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars on immigration programs for Spanish, immigration programs for Vietnamese, immigration programs for Chinese, like there is hundreds of millions of dollars to help immigrants. No, if you can't help yourself, then maybe you shouldn't be part of this country. That's just the way it is. And if it was my grandma or my mother and they didn't speak English, I will be the one going over there translating. I will be the one filling out the forms for them. I will be answering the questions. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is. But to put the burden on the American people, I think is dumb. Jason, thank you. Every veteran I know signed petition to pass the SAVE Act. I believe that. Those are real patriots. I'm sure that that our veteran in here has also supporting the Save America Act, I'm sure. Remember, Dennis, vet, any daycare, hospice, travel agency to try to gain a license in Washington. Yeah, well, Nick Shirley is getting a lot of backlash for continuing to do his investigative work as a journalist. And instead of the governor, saying, wait a minute, what's happening? At least lie and pretend like you didn't know about it. They go against him and they shoot him down. And it's just like, bro, come on, man. If somebody comes and tells me, hey, did you know they're doing this to veterans? Wait a minute. Say what? Come on in. Tell me about it. What's going on? Like, you got to be able to have an ear. Now, I will give you a limited audience because I can't be there forever with every single person, but I will definitely give you a time to talk with me. You cannot there's millions of people. There is no way that I'm going to be able to talk to everybody about every single concern, but I can definitely address all of the groups that need assistance and some that shouldn't get assistance. You know, so I try to I believe to be a fair man. I believe that I want that I believe in justice and in fairness. I don't believe that a group that has been bullied should be the new bully. I believe that there should be no violence. I believe that no group gets any preference. Everybody needs to respect everybody else's rights. You know, and I mentioned this. Transtifia and all the LGBTQ go out into a park because they think that LGBTQ owns Seattle, Washington. Well, let me tell you something. You don't. You don't. Every American has their rights. You respect their rights, they'll respect your rights. And if either the Christians don't respect the other person's rights, or the Antifa and all these other LGBTQ people don't respect the religious groups, they are both going to get in trouble. You know what? Who knows? Maybe I will go in and make it fun so that we can create a new prison here in Washington State. There's a lot of land in eastern Washington, right under the sun. I think that'd be fantastic. That will be fantastic. All right, I am waiting for a live to show up. So give me a second here and see if it's actually on already. I'm waiting for a great POTUS. It's supposed to be coming on live here soon. President Trump participates in a swearing ceremony of the Secretary of Homeland Security, baby. Everybody has rights. Muslims, they have the freedom of religion, but they don't have the freedom of their own government. You see what I'm saying? All right. No Sharia law. Absolutely, Richard. I never knew a Democrat who wasn't a psychopath. And there's those on both sides, let me tell you right now. Let me tell you. There's both on both parties. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling? I don't hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi,
Who's this?
I'm Jay.
Jay?
Yes, sir.
What you got, Jay?
Oh, you're Honduran?
100%.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. So you're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you like dictatorships?
No, I like the policies that put America first.
Okay, but you're Honduran.
Yeah, and?
So how does that work?
Well, it's the same thing that works here. We have two different parties. One believes to be a socialist communist, and the other one believes to be a conservative. What do you mean?
And what makes you think that there's only two parties?
There's more, but two major parties on both. We have independent as well in Honduras. We have... So we have, yeah. So well, in both, it's. Well, you asked me about Honduras as well, so I'm going to put both of them on the conversation.
I was saying that you're from Honduras.
Okay, and
but
you.
I was asking about America.
Yeah, Republican, Democrat, Independent. But who?
So are you in Honduras or are you in America?
I'm in America. But the major.
Are you American or are you Honduran?
I'm a Honduran American.
So what makes you a Honduran American?
I was born in Honduras. That's a nationality. And I'm a naturalized American citizen, so I have dual citizenship.
You're a U.S. citizen now, so that means you lost your Honduran citizenship. So
my birthright doesn't get wiped away. My loyalty to the.
But once you release your citizenship,
no, you're wrong. Let me explain.
Honduras doesn't have dual citizenship.
Well, let me explain to you, since you don't seem to understand what the Honduran American means.
By the way, I'm Honduran.
Okay, well then you should understand and pay attention so you can learn something.
Right. I've been in here my entire life.
Okay.
I was born in Honduras.
Okay, then you're Honduran.
Right.
Did you become an American citizen here?
No, I haven't.
Okay, then you're still Honduran. So what you have to understand, Honduran is a nationality.
You lose your citizenship once you become a U.S. citizen. You lose your Honduran citizenship.
No. So you don't understand. When you become a citizen, you will know what the oath is. So the oath says
I know
that.
what the oath is,
What does the
whether I'm a
oath say?
citizen or not.
What does the oath
The oath
say?
is still to protect the Constitution. So
The oath doesn't tell me to renounce to my country.
what does it do?
It tells you to renounce to the jurisdiction of the country.
Right.
That doesn't tell me to that doesn't tell me to deny that I'm a Honduran.
It's not a dual citizenship, though.
We have dual citizenship. Look it up.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But here's the thing. Don't confuse me.
I'm just wondering.
No, I'm good. So here, don't confuse nationality, with, like, for example, my kids, they're all born here. They're not Honduran. They're Americans. So for me is nationality is one thing. And being born in Honduras makes me a Honduran. That means that I have my ethnicity. I have Afro-Mayan descent, and I got Spaniard descent, right? My second last name is a Spaniard. My first last name is a Spaniard, but it was more based on the capital, Tegucigalpa. So the thing is that when we say we're Honduran, we have a certain ethnicity in that nationality. So I don't know if you're light-skinned, black, or mixed, or whatever, but you have that ethnicity that is a Honduran now, okay? So because I was born there, I continue to carry my Honduran side only because I was born there.
I don't understand how somebody like how Latinos are voting for a white man who doesn't even give a crap about Latinos.
Why would you say white man?
To me, because he is a white man.
Yeah, but why would you have to categorize the color of the skin?
Because he is a white man.
That makes you a racist.
That's against, yes, of course.
Okay, well, you're racist. I'm not. So you didn't learn anything in Honduras.
Obviously, I'm not. I didn't go to school in Honduras.
Okay, well, that's probably why. Yeah, it's American.
Yeah, exactly.
American ignorance is
So
bliss.
I know more about America than I know about Honduras, and I'm just really concerned about how you, as a Honduran, somebody who's born in Honduras as well, just support someone who doesn't give a crap about Latinos.
Well, he does care about Latinos.
He doesn't.
How do you know?
What he's doing to our people?
What is he doing?
What he's doing to our people?
What is he
How
doing?
many kids have gone missing?
What is he doing to our people?
Families separated. You obviously know what he's doing. I don't have to sit there and argue with you about it. You know what he's done.
So who is your people?
What's up with all those kids that are missing?
What about it? 400,000? That's Biden's administration.
8,000 kids that are missing. No, it's not Biden. It's under Trump.
Well, it's not Trump. It's not Trump either. How will you put it under
You want
Trump?
to blame everybody but Trump.
Okay, who do you blame? Just Trump? I blame illegals. I blame illegal immigrants. He hung up, by the way. If you were calling just now, go ahead and call back. He can't vote. I'm sure. Oh, man, that's a good question. Jason, I wish the Honduran would have told me who he voted for here in the States. I didn't see that question, brother. Yeah, he's watching CNN and Univision. You know what's crazy is that, and see, this is why they call me a traitor and a sellout. Their ignorance is bliss. He doesn't know shit about Honduras, but I do. I do know about Honduras. I mean, I don't know if I misunderstood his question, but I could have sworn that he asked me what parties were in Honduras as well. Yeah, maybe there was. But, I'm trying to explain how some parts of Honduras work and how the government over there works. No. I'm talking about the United States. Well, you're not even American. What do you care? You have no rights in the United States of America. You're an illegal immigrant, and you should go back to Honduras. I don't care how young you were since you've been here. I will suggest you save some money while you still have the chance, and hopefully, you can self-deport, get a free ticket. You can wait till the whole TSA is taken care of. But you can get your own ticket, self-deport, get your ticket, and get a couple $1,000s once you arrive in Honduras. And then you can call yourself Honduran and try to make a living there. Honduras is beautiful. But here's some good news for you, my Honduran friend. It's Christine Owens. It's actually working with the Honduran president right now to fight against the cartel and the violence in Honduras. So that is fantastic. $2,600 cash. Imagine that. Woo! President Donald Trump is doing that, sir. It is the President Trump's administration, not Biden's, not Obama, none of that. It's all Trump's doing. I like how he came in and said 8,000. What is it, 4,000, 8,000? What was he saying? That Trump is responsible for losing? Please. Nickel, please. El Dudereno. That's you. I know that's you who called, huh? You're the fake Honduran, aren't you? I bet you he only called because I mentioned the LGBTQ. Jay was gay as heck. You are gay as... It's all good. It's all good. I got a brother in Honduras. He's gay, and I love him. I love him to death. But anywho, I like how their facts are true, but not our facts. All right, guys, don't be shy. Somebody else was trying to call. Call me, and you got a chance to call now. The citizens of the United States of America, we take care of our country. Absolutely. Absolutely. The caller was gay, bro. The caller was gay. I can totally see through him. He probably thinks that, oh, I thought it was you, bro. If it's not you, I apologize. He probably thinks that he's a woman. Just it is what it is, man. It is what it is. All right. I could be misinformed. You know what? The way you're talking, though, it sounds like you're the one who called. That's why I said that. Go ahead. The big jackass says, I'm going to call. I just cannot call it. I'm scared. It's all good. You don't have nothing to be scared of. Go ahead. El Dudereno. See, that's how I know. That's how I know that you're the Honduran that called me. El Dudereno. You're El Dudereno. Hondureño. You see that? Hondureño. That's what I get from that. I am very harmless. All right, go ahead. Call in. Let me see. Let me see. He's going to prove to me that he's not the gay J. Gay J. Go ahead, brother. Don't be afraid, man. You're all good in my book. Listen, I love you 100%. It's up to you how much I will love you after I interact with you, okay? All right, appreciate you. Let's take a look. All right, is this El Dude?
Yeah, this is El Duderino. I've never called you before. My name is from a movie, The Big Lebowski.
Oh, is that right? Okay,
nonsense Trump talking points that all have been disproven. You are misinformed, my guy.
Okay, like what?
And then you start by lying about me, saying I'm the one that called when you don't know who I am.
Calm down, essay. I already say I apologize if it wasn't you, but the way you talk on there, you talk just like him.
Why do you start that? Why do
because
you're
accusing
someone of something that you have no idea.
Well, you're defending his point, so you sounded just like him on the chat. How's that? But you're not. So go ahead. So okay. So it wasn't. You calm down, essay. Okay, I did. I said it twice. I said it twice already. So
then stop assuming shit about people.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. Okay, so calm down. Okay, guys, I'm giving them a chance. Am I not? So go ahead and tell me.
Calm down.
So go ahead and tell me.
I watch my buddies die in the fucking mud.
All right, you know what? Go. Hey, listen. I don't want to.
Trump lies right now. Fuck you.
Okay, sure, fair enough. So tell me, what am I misinformed about? Enlighten me so that I cannot make the same mistake again. What am I misinformed
about?
Every
fucking thing you said.
Okay, like what?
All of it.
What did I say? Just mention one thing.
Every single thing that you have been talking about, you are wrong about, because you are falling for the grift from the most famous con man in the world.
Okay, so Trump secured the border. That's true.
No, he didn't.
Okay, sure. We'll agree to disagree. We are deporting illegal immigrants.
That's fine.
Okay.
Deport illegal immigrants. We're also killing American citizens who are VA nurses in the street for doing nothing
Oh,
wrong.
yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? You put yourself in danger. What do you think is going to happen?
He didn't put himself in danger.
Is that right?
He was helping a woman who was in danger.
Oh, yeah. And then what was he doing before then?
Illegal. That was an unjustified shooting, just like Renee Good was an unjustified
That's why he reached for a gun.
the other guys
That's
that
why
shot
he
him.
reached for his gun. Yeah, okay.
No, he did not reach for his
yes,
gun.
he
They
did.
took his gun
Yeah,
and
they
actually
took it, but he
discharged
still thought he had it. He was reaching for that gun. I blame your buddies.
He did not reach for his gun.
I blame your bodies for making all that noise that didn't allow for ICE agents to give their commandments correctly.
See, there's some more information.
All right, do me a favor. Do me a
some
favor,
more lies and
Patriot.
more information.
Do me a
He did
favor.
not reach for his gun.
All right, do me a favor. When I'm talking, try not to talk so I can make my point.
You, I don't have to say shit.
You know what else you can? You know what? Go. Guys, I gave him a chance. He doesn't understand how this works. So this is the kind of piece of shit veterans that I'm talking about. And it's just like, how am I going to fight for this garbage? How am I going to fight for this? You can call me whatever you want, but how am I going to fight for that garbage? Listen, I'm not a psychiatrist. You know, if I'm trying to make a point, right? It's F you, everything you said is misinformation. Okay. So I'm trying to backtrack to see what was misinformation. And I'm telling you right now, man, I don't blame him for being upset and doing all that stuff, but I'm going to tell you something. When you try to run over an ICE agent, how many times have we said, stop obstructing federal investigations? Over and over and over. And all you libtards and all those damaged PTSD veterans that think are self-righteous pricks because they did time in the military, you just wiped away any type of honor that you may have gained from serving in the military. Let me just tell you that right now. You are a traitor to your nation. Here you have an American citizen trying to have a conversation with you, and you decide to go off and say F you and F that. I would have hung up on you the moment you said that, and I gave you a chance. So tell me, who is willing to have a conversation? Number one, like Mr. Mikey said, he doesn't believe that you're a veteran. You're a pussy cat. That's what you are. I gave you a chance to show me the kind of man you are. And you're a coward. You're a coward that all you can do is cuss people out to make you feel tough and brave. It doesn't work. That doesn't work. Shame on you. Shame on you. Mental issues is a short term for this guy. But I'm going to say this. Listen, over and over and over, we have said protest peacefully. Protest peacefully. They go out there. They try to run the ICE agents over. Don't tell me I'm a hypocrite. I show those videos all the time on my channel. Protesters are out there throwing rocks, sticks. They have broken windshields, back windows. They have stolen weapons. They have stolen weapons from ICE agents. So don't tell me that I'm giving misinformation because I show facts. Well, Lisa, you might have been right about that. That's all they act. They're psychopaths. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that all of the Democrats are psychopaths. I refuse to believe that. I really want somebody to have a conversation with to tell me, besides how much you hate Trump, tell me, how do we fix the problem that we have today? That's what I want. No, see, KT, all you libtards, what you want is for me to condemn President Trump for everything he does. But that's not what you want. You don't want me to show you both sides. You want me to sit here and condemn President Trump. I'm not going to condemn a man because of false testimonies. Because of people like this jackass that just called in. I'm sorry. You see, I spoke with a veteran before him. American patriot. 100% common sense. I mean, supports Trump. I got it. But the common sense policies is America first. You know, whether you are listen, let me tell you something. If I was a veteran, it will make no difference what I say. So stop telling me, did I serve or I should serve? Stop telling me that bullshit. Because as a migrant, you don't agree with me supporting legal migration. I'm against illegal immigration. You don't support my word, even though I'm experienced. I have slavery in my inheritance, in my heritage. There's been rape, sacrificing, killings, violence. All of that. It's in my history. And I'm a descendant of that history. So shut the hell up and be honest with yourself. If I was on the Democratic side, you would support me until I wasn't. Not the policies, just the party. You're a loyalist. You're not a patriot. Guys, with that being said, President Trump just came off live not too long ago. I didn't want to hang up on him. I wanted him to answer. I love Israel. Israel is our ally. We're going to fight with Israel hand in hand because all the terrorists that are against us, Israel is already fighting for us. Whether you like Israel or not is irrelevant. This is a losing point. If you want to be a libtard and be an anti-Semitic, well, you know where to shove that at. Okay? All right, let's go and listen to our POTUS. Here we go.
You all set? Well, thank you very much. It's a great day for me because I have a lot of confidence in this gentleman. And we're thrilled to swear in our new Secretary of Homeland Security, a great American patriot, to put it mildly, Mark Wayne Mullen. And I want to just say, Mark Wayne, congratulations. Great. You deserve it. You're a great man. Let me also thank Secretary Mullen's beautiful family, including his wife, Christy. Thank you. His sons, Jim and Jace and Andrew, and daughters, Lara, Ivy, Lynette, and other members of the Mullen family. It's a beautiful family. You wouldn't know this guy. He's our big top wrestling guy. I won't wrestle him for anything. An all-American wrestler, huh? Good, good genetics in that family. Proud of you. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman Jason Smith, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, and many other friends that are gathered with us. It's a great group of people. For 13 years, Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row, so they like me there. Second was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56, that's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. But he was there in Congress as a member of the House and then as an outstanding United States Senator. And he really has been outstanding. He's been a close and vital partner in helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again and make America great again. And he's a tremendous player. He worked with Tom Homan, worked with all of our people on the right, and many more. And everything he's done has been good. I say everything he touched, he's turned to gold. Now, but even in business, he was successful, in all fairness. He was successful, and he said, I want to go into politics. I hope you're happy. But as the only Native American, I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. I think that's all right. He's got great quality, I can tell you. He's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American? 3. Well, you're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne has also been a fantastic advocate for our cherished tribal communities. He's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quicker decision. Prior to his career in public service, Mark Wayne had a very successful career in business, leaving school at age 20 after his father got sick, taking over his family business and turning it into a multi-million-dollar success story. He's a very successful guy. Mark Wayne has also a career as an MMA fighter. That's why I looked at his ears and I said, I'm not going to fight with him. You can tell a lot about a person by their ears, right? During which he went totally undefeated. He was undefeated during his career, and he's been inducted into the Oklahoma Wrestling Hall of Fame. And the family is made of fantastic wrestlers, especially that guy right there. That's my favorite guy, huh? And suffered bad injury and come back stronger than ever, I think. So good to have you, man. Right? I have no doubt that as he takes the helm of DHS, Mark Wayne will fight for Homeland Security, the United States, and securing the country and making it really strong and the way it should be. Our country's come a long way in the last year. We set it up so beautifully, and then we had 4 years of horror. We had 4 years of disgusting horror, open borders, and things that nobody would even think of. You wouldn't even think of. 25 million people poured into our country, and we've gotten a lot of them out, but we have a lot more to go. 11,888 murderers came into our country. People came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs, gang members, drug dealers, people from mental institutions, insane asylums. That's the mental institution times 2. And what they allowed to happen to our country can never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. With Mark Wayne, we have somebody that's strong, professional, and fair. As you know, the department that Mark Wayne takes over today is currently shut down by radical left Democrat thugs in Congress who have blocked all funding for DHS because they're trying to shield illegal alien criminals, gang members. They want to protect them from being taken out of the country, drug dealers, murderers. They're protecting them all. I don't know how people can vote for these people. You know, I see the midterms are close. I don't know what close means, but I don't know how people can vote for them. You take a look, men, they want men to be able to play in women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. Terrible, but that's the way it is. They don't want to give voter ID. They don't want voter ID for elections. They don't want proof of citizenship for elections. And then they get to vote. They do cheat, but I don't know, it's hard to believe they can cheat that much. Just in the past few days, we've seen the horrifying consequences of Democrats' deadly open border extremism. They want open borders, and they want to open the borders again if they have their chance, because they think they're going to get votes by doing that. On Thursday, a precious 18-year-old college student named Sheridan Gorman was shot and killed while she was walking in a park. She was just walking in the park, didn't do anything. The illegal alien monster charged with Sheridan's brutal murder had come illegally from Venezuela and been released into our country by Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. And I don't say that because I think he's fine, he's okay. I don't like him, dislike him. I talk about job performance. That's all I care about, job performance. Worst president in history. And Obama wasn't far behind, by the way. But he was then arrested and released again by Democrat governor, a real slob of a governor, J.B. Pritzker, in the sanctuary city of Chicago, which we could make safe in 2 months, I would say. 2 months if we sent in the group, Tom, right? 2 months would be good. 3 months, very good. 4 or 5 months, it would be great. But they would never call because they don't want to do that. All they have to do is call and ask for a little help. The Democrats in Congress do not care how much American blood they shed in their demented pursuit of open borders. From Sheridan Gorman to Jocelyn Nungary and Laken Riley, their quest to flood our country with illegal aliens has left countless American victims in its wake. They never changed. They see what's happening. They never change. That's what they want. They want to get the votes. With sanctuary and sanctuary cities going at levels that they are, and we've ended a lot. We've done a lot. But for some reason, they love it. It's a sanctuary. You know, sanctuary cities are sanctuary for, it's really a sanctuary for criminals. With Secretary Mullen at DHS, we will continue our record-setting efforts to deport these illegal alien criminals from our country, and we are doing at record levels despite a very unfair court system, a radicalized left court system, and others that I'm not too fond of also. And we'll protect innocent American lives. Every single illegal migrant who is a criminal record must be deported immediately. If they have a criminal record, you got to deport them. And there's a lot that came in under Biden. And Kamala, the great border czar, Kamala, who never went to the border, never called Border Patrol, never once called Border Patrol. Can you imagine that, Jim? She's the border czar. She never called Border Patrol. Explain that to me. He's the worst. She was as bad as he was. Going to give him IQ tests next week. Under the Trump administration, we've achieved unprecedented gains on public safety. Yesterday, we were in Memphis, Tennessee, to celebrate the steepest reduction in crime ever recorded. We've been there for about 5 months, and the numbers, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And thanks to our Memphis Safe Task, it's called Safe Task Force, alongside our efforts in Washington, D.C. And what we've done in Washington is amazing. We have Washington as a safe city now. It's been amazing. It's been, if you go back a year and a half, 2 years ago, Washington was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, let alone this country. And now we have a very safe city. What they've done with all of the people working, many of the people standing right there, has been incredible. And now we're going to see all of our cities take a big step because of Mark Wayne. In 1 year, my administration, we've created the most secure border in the United States history and the largest drop in illegal immigration ever recorded, slashed the illegal fentanyl crossings on our border by 64%, and accomplished the largest decline in the murder rate in the history of our country, bringing it down to 1900. That's before my father was born. My father was born a little bit after that. He wouldn't be happy mentioning this because he never liked talking about age, but he lived to be a ripe old age, but that's before my father was born. Think of it, 1900, we have a record, 1900. Murders last year were at the lowest level in 125 years, and we're making America safe again. We're doing it at levels that everything we're doing, we're making great. The border is great. The military is great. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. And we'll see what happens. I want to thank Pete Hegseth. The job you're doing over there is really incredible. You and the general and all of the other generals and colonels and captains and majors and everybody else, right? It's a perfect, amazing thing. We make the best military equipment in the world. Now we're going to make it faster. We want to get it faster, but we make the best in the world. We're doing a job. So I'd like to ask Attorney General Bondi to come and do the honors of swearing in a man who's going to do a phenomenal job for our country. And I tell you, your family has to be very proud. You have to be very proud. Everybody wanted this job. They said, there's one man for this job, and I have no doubt he's going to be fantastic. Thank you, Pam. Come on over. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
Mark Wayne Mullen.
Mark Wayne Mullen.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And that I will bear true faith to allegiance and do the same.
And that I take this obligation freely.
Take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office.
Discharge the duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
Which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Secretary.
Hey.
Thank you. I think that was the most nervous I've ever been. It just seems surreal being in the Oval Office and having the President of the United States speak so highly of me and then recognize my family and know my family by name. It's humbling, and I never take it for granted, but I've made this very clear that I don't care what color your state is. I don't care if you're red or you're blue. At the end of the day, my job is to be Secretary of Homeland and to protect everybody the same, and we will do that. I'll fight every single day. Today I got the privilege of meeting so many of the employees at DHS. These employees have been there for 30 days without pay. And if you need anything to know their dedication to show up and still protect the homeland that you and I enjoy and the freedoms that we're experiencing, they're working with for free because of political politics. That's all I need to know. I told them, as you're fighting 365 days, understand I'll be fighting 365 days beside you. No one's going to outwork me, and I'm not going to let any of them outwork me. The president has entrusted me with this, and failure is not an option. And so thank you so much, Mr. President, for this opportunity. I won't let you down.
I love that expression. No one's going to outwork me. That's a wrestler's expression, isn't it? Huh? That's a good wrestler's expression. Yes, please.
Mr. President, will the Secretary's replacement in the Senate support the SAVE Act and the use of the talking filibuster to get it through?
Well, it's not the SAVE Act. It's not called this. It's called the Save America Act. There's a big difference because the SAVE Act, nobody knows what that means. Save America means Save America. And I can't speak for him, but I would imagine that Mark Wayne, I didn't even ask him the question because who wouldn't support it? Voter ID with a picture. You want citizenship, proof of citizenship. Ideally, you want to end mail-in ballots because there's tremendous corruption. Then we added a couple of things, Mark Wayne, like I don't think being a great athlete and having a family of great athletes, they have produced great athletes in this family, all-American wrestlers. They especially like wrestling, by the way. What about baseball? Do you play baseball? Anything? They like wrestling. But I don't think that you would say that his family, and I don't know this for a fact, and I shouldn't say it because I could get myself. Does anybody in your family want men to play in women's sports? I don't think so, Jim, right? I don't think so. I don't think. How would they do? Would they do good wrestling you? They would be in trouble? He said, yes, they'd be in big trouble. It's so crazy. So that would be one, and then we have a few others that we call them the best of Trump. But if you look at transgender mutilization of children, we don't want that. It's the mutilization of children. We don't want that. So generally speaking, I think I can answer that Mark Wayne would be very much in favor of what I'm in favor of. Would you say that's right, Mark? I can't think of too many things. He might be worse. He might be worse than me. That's my look at his wife is saying. That's right. But so yeah, he's going to be great. Yeah.
Do you believe the Secretary will run DHS any differently than Kristi Noem did? What do you hope to see as his priorities?
Well, we had a good run. Look, we created the strongest border with the help of that man right there. Tom is so incredible. He's going to be a big influence here too. There's nobody more professional, nobody better. There's nobody better as a human being. You know, he looks tough, but he's got a good heart. But not too good. Don't make it too good. But you know, we had Tom. We have the safest border we've ever had. We have a lot of assets, but a lot of things we can do, and we're going to do. We have to get criminals out of our country that were allowed in by Biden. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support what appears to be emerging agreement coming out of the Senate to reopen DHS?
Well, I'm going to look at it, and we're going to take a good hard look at it. I want to support Republicans, and you know, sometimes it's awfully hard to get votes when you have Democrats that don't want to have voter ID. They don't want to have proof of citizenship. They don't want to do anything about men playing in women's sports. That's one of the items we put on, you know. And I did that just because it's so popular. You know, they say that's at least an 80-20 issue. No, it's about a 99-1. I don't think it's, what do you think, Pete? Do you think it's 80-20? Who's closer, 80-20 or 99-1? Almost 100. Yeah, I think 100 is really the, so, you know, so I support that, and I support common sense.
Would you be comfortable with a deal that involves separating ICE funding from the DHS funding package in order to reopen?
Well, they're working on all of that. You know, that's a detail that they'll explain later. Please.
Integrity and DHS measures. Mr. President, since CISA falls under DHS, and given that many credible voices have raised concerns over its premature and possibly likely faulty 2020 election assessment, will you and Secretary Mullen implement reforms at CISA and at DHS to ensure full confidence in future elections, like in the upcoming?
We'll talk about it, you know, pros and cons. Look, they used it to try and put me in prison, right? So I can't be thrilled with it. They use that very strongly, very illegally. The Democrats are thugs, and I don't want to say that. It would be nice to everyone get along, but it's a different country than it was years ago. It was very dangerous the way they used it, and they weaponized government. They used that to weaponize government. So I'm not thrilled, but I'll also go along with two groups of people, the military, and I think the military likes it, right? And I'll go along with the senators. I'm fine. But I was a big victim of it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. Pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
What was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
How do you ensure they won't have a nuclear
Your
weapon?
former Border Patrol chief, Greg Bavino, said his only regret is that he didn't catch more illegal aliens. What's your reaction to that?
Who said that?
That's your former Border Patrol chief. He just retired.
Well, I mean, we captured a lot. They were allowed into the country by Sleepy Joe and that group of incompetent people that were, he was the worst president ever, the group of incompetent people. To me, that's the biggest scar. Inflation, they caused the highest inflation we've ever had. We've already gotten rid of it. The biggest scar is what they did, the people that they allowed from prisons all over the world. They came from the Congo, from all over South America. Rough people, really tough people. So, no, I understand what he means. He's, would have liked to have captured more. I'm not capturing so much as removing. We're removing thousands of people, and many are self-deporting because we're going after them so powerfully that they're self-deporting. Tom, going back, I think that's one of the big unkept secrets. We have thousands and thousands of people, and they're self-deporting. They're going back to where they came from. But what we want really is the criminals. We're really focused on those criminals, getting them out. Yeah.
Message right now to Democrats and also to Americans that are stuck at airports is really devastating watching it online because Democrats won't fund DHS.
What's devastating?
Your message to Americans right now stuck at airports as we speak because Democrats won't
Well,
fund
they
DHS?
just don't, they won't. Look, this is a deal that was done in the great big beautiful deal, which gave you the biggest tax cuts ever, including no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security for the seniors. Think of it, no tax on overtime, tax deductions when you buy a car, you take money, pay interest on the money, you deduct it. We've never had that for people buying cars, if it's an American car, only if it's an American car. But they are just they stick together, the Democrats. I tell you, I give them great credit for that. We have some that they're not good stickers. We have guys like Tom Massey in Congress, who's terrible. He's just terrible person. I call him Rand Paul Jr. But they don't vote. Rand Paul, rarely votes for stuff. likes me, says I'm a great president. He said I'm a great president, one of the greatest presidents. But I said, do me a favor, vote for us and don't call me a great. I'd rather have the vote than the statement. But we have people that don't stick together, and those people hopefully will someday be gone. The thing I most respect about the Democrats, even on horrible policy, they stick together. What they do have, though, is horrible policy. Transgender for everyone, open borders, men and women's sports. They have the worst policy that you can imagine. And so whether they stick together or not, I mean, they have just this terrible policy. We have great policy. Republicans have great policy. We have common sense policy, but it's great policy. That's our biggest advantage, is our policy is correct. Yeah, please.
President, are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Say it.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. Pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting are the coolest cucumbers ever. You know, most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this. They're not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, you know, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world, yeah.
Mr. President, what would be your message today to the TSA agents who have been staying home in recent days amid this impact?
Well, some of them are needing money, you know, because the Democrats cut off their money. I blame the Democrats more than anything else. But some of them, you know, they didn't get paid because they're not funded by the Democrats. This is a Democrat problem. In fact, I actually said to the Senate, why would you say this is a Democrat problem? I think the polls are showing it's a Democrat problem. And they'll do anything actually to hurt our country so they can try and win the midterms. And if we ever went back to our old policies, we wouldn't have a country left.
They get a deal, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to fund all but enforcement operations of ICE, to get those TSA agents repaid and to open up the rest of the department. Would you sign that?
Well, I don't want to comment until I see the deal, but as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close, but I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it. These guys came in, they wouldn't pay people. You know, they had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Democrats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Everything was fine, and then they just said, well, we're not going to pay anymore. And they hurt our country. And at a very difficult time, because, you know, we are at, as they would say, a war. They call it a war. I call it a military operation, a very successful one, like successful like nobody's ever seen before. Hey, Venezuela was equally as successful. That was a great thing. No, the Democrats had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they said, well, we're not going to pay. And so a lot of people suffered over that and put our country in danger. You have another question? You haven't been here in a while.
Well, on Iran, Can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others you're speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people. They're not children. I spoke to most of them. They sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right? I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone. Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them. Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people. No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good, and everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone, but we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out, and the present, the gift they made to us was very significant, and they said they were going to do it, and it happened, and they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait, yeah.
Negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, you know? But they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless because, you know, until that last missile is fired, they have little power. But we are in about the best bargaining position. We're way ahead of schedule. And again, they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no missile protection, and most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launches we've killed. You know, we've killed about 82% of their launches. So even if they had a missile, they can't launch it. We've been very effective. We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody even comes close. We have the best military equipment in the world. Go ahead.
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. Have you been focused on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
Well, no, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share?
Well, he's a warrior. He does. Yeah, he's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, a pretty bad hit. Qatar is very close. You know, they're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes. But the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots saw what was coming. And they said, those are patriots. We're not going to escape patriots. And they got out of there pretty quick, Pete, right? Pretty amazing that they got out. The 3 pilots lived. They're fine. In fact, they're flying today.
Was the Kuwaitis that accidentally fired the missile?
Yeah, the Kuwaitis made a mistake. They fired. They thought they were firing at the enemy. It was, as the expression goes, friendly fire. But the pilots are great. They're flying today. Pretty amazing when you think of it. Yeah.
President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human,
On what?
on a human level, not as the President of the United States, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. You know, we killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. Pretty impressive for you guys, you champion wrestlers, right? When you hear this stuff. But you don't, if you read the news, you don't hear this. You know, you read like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're doing terribly. They're wiped out militarily. They are dead. Yeah.
On Ukraine, is there a new sense of a timeline? Do you want to get something done before the midterms?
Well, we'd like to see President Putin and President Zelensky sit down and make a deal. I think they're getting close, but I've been saying that for a while. I've settled 8 wars. All of them should have been more difficult than this one. This should have been the easiest one. But these are 2 people that truly hate each other. You'll find out that hatred is not good for making deals. These are people that they don't like each other very much.
We're negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the President of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it, just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it, and they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to. Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought, Mr. President.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3-minute statement on how we're doing in this, as I call it, military operation? People don't like me using the word war, but so I won't. But the Democrats call it a war. How about a little statement? I think he's done a very good job. Do we agree he's done a good job, Mark White? Can we take some of your time?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You're spot on. never in history has a modern military. Iran had a modern military, a modern navy, a modern air force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly and historically obliterated, defeated, from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability, and that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Great job. Mr. President, you know, the only two people that were quite disappointed, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you, just taking things locally, hopefully not throwing international affairs for a second, do you support the construction of the 2nd Avenue subway in New York City and your administration?
Wow, that's really a far out crisis. You know, the 2nd Avenue subway has been under construction for, you're a young guy, is longer than you are old, okay? That's been under construction. I haven't heard about the 2nd Avenue subway in 20 years. What the hell kind of a question is that? I guess they got to get it finished. They spent trillions of dollars practically. No, they spent more money on that than on anything, I think, in the history of our city, in New York City. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's very sad, actually. The only thing maybe worse was Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, his train, I call it his train wreck because it's a wreck. That's been years. It's literally 30 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it doesn't go to San Francisco and Los Angeles like it was supposed to. They decided to cut it way short because there was no way they could finish it. But it's one of the worst. I've never seen anything like it. Other than the worst, the Federal Reserve building for almost $4 billion, little building that's going to cost a renovation for $4 billion, headed by our highly incompetent head of the Federal Reserve. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, would you be open, are you hoping to see the Senate pursue Reconciliation 2.0 to fund ICE and pass the Save America Act?
Well, we'll see about reconciliation. We're certainly talking about reconciliation, I think, Mark Wayne, right? Do you want to talk about that for a second? Now that he's working, we can get him to do this.
Thank you. Lindsey Graham, the chairman where the reconciliation will funnel through, he is committed to making sure we get reconciliation through. If that is in some form with funding ICE, possibly backfilling from the One Big Beautiful Bill, but also more importantly, the Save America Act. There's a framework that we can do through reconciliation, paying for it, put some of the policies that cost money in, because there's nothing more important than the Save America Act. I mean, that's what the American people want. There's 80% of the population say they want only Americans voting, citizens that are registered to vote, citizens that have done it the right way. And I believe that everybody wants an election integrity. So fortunately, Lindsey Graham has said through reconciliation, he's willing to put the framework out for that.
And I think that was said so beautifully, so concisely, so well, your father, that we should let him have the last word, and that was it. That was the last word. Did he do a good job? Are you impressed with your father?
I've never been more impressed with anybody in my life.
How about me? Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. No, you like your father better, okay? Come here. at this guy. Come here. This guy, don't wrestle him. We'll steal over here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank the family because without the family, he's not here. You know, he's a different person. And that goes especially for Mom, who looks like she's about 22 years old. I don't know. I see these kids, but she looks very young. But it's a great couple. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thanks. Come on in.
I love President Donald Trump. He is amazing. Yeah, I caught myself, Rachel. Thank you. I believe he's doing what he is doing because it's the right thing to do. He is an alpha. And I like the fact that he's doing what so many cowards, in some ways they were cowards, could not do. He's got the cojones to do what needs to be done. You know, if there's one thing that I have learned about libtards, it's not just how dumb they are or ignorant. It's how easy they just, I don't know, they like to make fun of my English, and yet they don't speak English. Their English is so analphabetical. They're very illiterate in one way or another. They probably use Google typing so that they don't have to type something in there. But you know what? Besides that, I think that everything that's going on in our country has to happen. This is the time. After World War I, I'm sure nobody wanted World War II. But the war was brought up for us. It was brought to us. We don't want another war, but we must continue to fight to bring peace into our country. So I want you to call in and let me know, what do you think about Dwayne "The Rock" Mullen as new DHS? What the hell? Give me a call and tell me what you think about him. And just be honest. But, you know, don't call in and, Mohammed, why are you still here, bro? We got to block this guy. Okay, you know what? You're no longer allowed in my channel. Like, period. Like, you're banned and you're never coming out of that prison. See, we need to get rid of all these terrorists, even the ones that are here domestically. This Allahu Akbar bullshit, we need to attack it. We need to destroy it. Any Muslim that wants to live in the United States of America that says that, because it has been used as a word to put Americans down, I think they should be disposed of. I like Dwayne Mullen. I think that he's going to do a tremendous job. You know, Kristi Noem messed up on the budget. That's it. That's about all the things that I can say against Kristi Noem. She messed up about the budgets. And that's it. But you know what? She didn't get she didn't get fired. She got relocated to another job, which I find that is a lot, not a lot more, but just as important as a DHS secretary. I think it's going to be a great thing for our Spanish countries. I know it's just Arabic, Kaiser, but you have to understand something. The reason why they're saying it in here is not just to see how beautiful Arabic is. They do it for, you know why they do it. You know why they do it. So it's not just an Arabic word. That's not the only reason. I like inshallah. How's that? I like that one. But, this Allahu Akbar, maybe they do it out of ignorance. They think they find relevance in their stupidity. I see anybody that says Allahu Akbar, anybody that says that, they are the most violent people. That's just a fact. They are the most violent people. So, any guys, listen. If you're not here to be constructive or anything, just move along. Go to a leftist podcast. Okay, go to a leftist podcast. I am not here to convince you of anything. I'm here to have a conversation. If you don't want to have a conversation, that's fine. All right. Well, here's the phone number. Phone number is on the chat. If you want to go ahead and tell me how you feel about Dwayne Mullen becoming the new DHS, you are more than free to call and let me know. You think it's positive? You think it's negative? What do you expect to see from DHS from now on? And I will tell you that the Rock Mullen, he's going to do a tremendous job. Don't be a libtard. Yeah, so don't be a libtard. Don't be a moron. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a jackass. Guys, don't insult yourselves. If those words are you, I'm sorry. It is what it is. All right, we go out here. What do we got on the phone? Okay. Thanks for calling. Whoa. Damn, Jason, calm down, SA. You just destroyed my chat. Jason just wanted them to see it for a moment. I can't believe that comment actually went through, bro. Yeah, Kaiser says Nick Mullen is the better one. Who is this Nick Mullen? Who's Nick Mullen? I don't know who that is. Next time I come into chat, I'm getting a blue shield, or I'll bring my red one with me. I digress and retract. Okay. Danka says that's not constructive, bro. Sure sound like you want to just have a conversation. Do you know, Danka, how many times have you been on my channel? How many times you come to my show? Be honest. How many times? First time, right? You have to understand something. You only hear me talking, but you don't see all the stupidity that they put on the chat. And if you do see it, you're ignoring it. So, again, here we go. Look, look, Suzu Moon is always the same. This guy, I have released him from the pit of hell punishment so many times, giving him a chance to give me some substance. Just give me some substance. Teach me something, okay? Don't just, just don't insult just for the hell of it. I mean, hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hi, my name's Alex.
Hey, Alex. Thanks for calling. What do you think about this new DHS Dwayne Mullen?
Well,
Oh, he's got bad reception. The call dropped. If you get called, just go ahead and call back, bro. You can say it another way for sure, but you think libtard isn't just rude? No, Danka, because I'm not saying, hey, Danka, you libtard. I'm not saying that. I'm saying libtard for those who are libtards. But you see, people that call me in here, like, for example, Taha, right there. Taha 7520. Stupid hat. That's a libtard. You see what I'm saying? So anybody that calls me If you're not a libtard, I'm not going to call you a libtard on the phone. These people just never leer. Let's see. Florida, huh? Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Loki, you're a nigger.
I'm sorry, but don't be racist on my show, will you? See that? Libtard. You see what I'm saying? So he calls in just to say, I'm a nigger. Well, you know what? Ignorance is bliss, my friend. Ignorance is bliss. Zero tolerance for racist comments. But yeah, you know what? To each his own. See that, Danka? That, my friend, is a libtard. Okay? Let's see, Jason, Danka, what I said was rude, but that's after 184 timeouts this morning from comments that go from one extreme to another. I know Danka is new to our channel probably, but that's why. And Jesse Shervin, did you hear that? Yeah, he really just called in to say nigger. You're a nigger. That's the way that he thinks is going to insult me. Unbelievable. You just insulted my whole inheritance from my father's side. And my black children, apparently. These people. All right. Robert says ignorance always exposes itself when given a chance. Yeah, that's true. And I'm going to admit, man, I sometimes I am ignorant. Okay, so that name is not too far off. I can be ignorant. There's a lot of things that I don't know. But what I believe are facts is what I speak, unless, you can tell me something different. And like I said, I always give you guys a chance to teach me something new. I have corrected myself a few times, guys. I don't know why they keep saying that I don't correct myself. If it is true, I will agree with you. If it is not, I will not. For example, the shooting of the F-35, libtard, what's his name? Libtard... what was his name? The guy that I was talking about earlier. His podcast is singer Santana. See, I had to think about the real artist, Santana. He's a libtard. He believes that the F-35 was shut down by Iran. And then we had another libtard that came in here for a little bit and said that the F-22 was shut down by Iran. Well, just so you guys know, both of those things are false. They haven't shut down shit. Now, the only plane that was shut down was a friendly fire, okay? Gay J. Was that the guy? That might have been. I don't know. I don't know. His voice was a little different. I don't know who that was. Grifters be grifting. Yeah. Jesse, no dumb questions. You protect kids or cover up? I protect kids. No, that's not a dumb question. I protect kids. I protect kids, absolutely, 100%. Now let's see. Let him see if he uses some common sense. I want to see how he talks to me. Don't block him. Don't put him in timeout. I want to be able for him to tell me what else is a follow-up. So Jesse says, well, why not release the files? So I'm not blocking the files. The files have been released. Whether those things get redacted or not redacted, listen, that's not me. That's not for us to determine. You guys need to chill out with these Epstein files. You guys are obsessed. We will get through the Epstein files, I'm sure. But you guys need to focus on protecting actual children that are still children today. Okay? Try to focus on that. Amway. Oh my God. I don't know. It's Amway. Amway. I thought it was Amway. Welcome to the chat. Timothy says, no, they haven't. They haven't released the files. 3 million files is not enough. What if there was only 3 million files? Nah, Jason, they nicked it. I get it, but they said they shut it down. They didn't. Let's see. Files sought during Obama and Biden. Yeah, I agree. But I do believe the whole Epstein files needs to be released. But the only thing that the Democrats don't understand is So here's the thing. Let's say a mafia guy, right? Let's say a mafia guy has been getting away with all these crimes and everything, but all of a sudden, we have witnesses, right? We got witnesses. If these witnesses show up in court, they will be prosecuted. And so the problem with the Epstein files is, and this is something that Trump has argued, okay, if you release the files, he says. I'm okay with releasing the files. And he said this from day one. But he says, but there is redacted names that protect the innocent. And I just don't want to cast any type of hardship on people that shouldn't be. These files were not Trump made. This is not his administration's responsibility. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 presidents before him. I think 4 or 5 presidents before him that had access to these files. Well, I'm counting the terms, not the actual names. And none of them did. Barack Obama didn't. Biden didn't. Trump didn't care on the first one. He was so busy going to court. He was so busy going to court with his dumbass Democrats, who, by the way, do not really believe on democracy. They've been trying to impeach them from day one. So that tells you enough right there, right? So here we go. So Trump says release the files, blah, blah, blah. And then the Democrats go off on him. Oh, pedophile. Okay, fine. Let's do something. It doesn't matter what Trump does. If Trump, hold on, don't call yet. If Trump was to release the files, right, they will blame him for any mishaps that happens with the files. And so what is the play here? Okay, well, the play here is let the Congress release the files. Because the Congress wants to have all unredacted documents, the whole thing, unredacted. And then they change on the hearing and says, oh, redact the innocent. Okay, who is innocent? Who are you categorizing as innocent? You see what I'm saying? So you gotta have some sort of a common sense argument. If you're gonna say we're gonna redact the innocent, right? If they redact the wrong name, you're gonna go off on them and say, "Oh my God, there you go. They're redacting the guilty. They're protecting the guilty. They made a mistake." I was there in the hearing. I was listening. If you were on my live, you would heard the hearing. And all they can do is just blame Pam Bundy. Oh, you try to hide a criminal. Oh, you try to do. You know what? So Trump makes Congress signed. Okay, so now it's Congress' responsibility. That's funny. Mount Cone, I don't know how the hell you didn't get blocked before me. Get the hell out of my chat. Go to the corner for 10 minutes. Think about what you did wrong, little child. So, where I stand with the Epstein files is this. If there is witnesses, bullshit, they get redacted. No. They got to be named 100%. Everybody's name needs to be unredacted. That's how I want the files released. Don't tell me these witnesses are courageous and they don't want to hide their names. No, that's not courageous. If they are certain of their allegations, they will come on out and they will be witnesses. They will be witnesses, 100%. So ask me about Epstein files again. I want every document unredacted. Until that happens, it will never end. Because it doesn't matter what has been proven with the millions of files released already. Trump is innocent. He is not a pedophile. And yet, the libtards come into my chat calling him such as. But whenever I say anything about Muslims, they defend Muslims. And they forget that they follow Sharia law. They forget that they allow old men to marry 7-year-olds. That's a real pedophile. So that's my problem. When people bring Epstein files, That is my problem. You got Muslims that you accept. They follow Sharia law. Their most high prophet is a fake prophet who is also a pedophile. They follow Sharia law, which surpasses any law of any country. This is not a true religion. It is a political movement, and that's a fact. That's how that works. What's not true, Fresh? What's not true? Say it. You can put it on the chat, okay? So put me in the chat what you think is not true, okay? Now, there you go, Epstein Files. Let me tell you what you should focus on. You should focus on 400,000 missing children from the open border. Was that jackass that was from Honduras, Gay Jay, that came in here. I tried to have a conversation with him. He can't fight me. You know why? Because he's an illegal immigrant. That's why. Illegal immigrants will never agree with me because I support legal migration. I respect the United States law. Are we perfect? No. We're not perfect. How many here never speed on the freeway? I will neither confirm nor deny that I do. Jason Beatrice, I didn't see you there because I'm confusing you with Jason Martin. Both of the Jasons are my favorites. Now, Jason Beatrice, you're the one that has the son in the military, yes? I want to make sure I got this right. I don't know. Last time I messed up, I think. Ralph is right. Be civil and respectful. If you hear me say nerds, retards, libtards, well, I haven't said nerds yet, but any other names, guys, if you're not that kind of person, don't be offended. If you act like a libtard, I will call you a libtard. All right? Okay. Jason Beatrice. Okay. That's right. Jason Beatrice is the one that has a real American hero fighting for us as we speak. So thank you and for the honor that your son gives us and your family and yourself, of course, for allowing your son to serve. I wish my kids would be in the military. I wish they would. You know, maybe they can learn some more discipline in the military. I believe sometimes I feel like military is more of a discipline teacher. You know, sometimes we discipline our kids, but they don't listen to us, right? They don't want to believe us. And I think sometimes the military can do that. Right on 7, how are you? Welcome. And I think the military sometimes can do that. And I see a lot of people that are very disciplined. I see a lot of warriors out there that says, F those who doubt that we can fight and support our country. I love those kind of warriors. Those are the kind of soldiers that make me be so proud, you know, that they are in our military. Real men, real American heroes. G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe's I'm sorry. I apologize. I went back, way too far back to the early 80s when I used to watch G.I. Joe. The real heroes. Absolutely. But you know what? I wish that my kids will actually go and serve in the military. I really do. Junior, by the way. Yes, I have a junior. He is about my height. He's about 6 feet, 6'1", and you know he was ripped just like me, just like I was when I was his age. He is ripped, very athletic, and his brother's not so far behind him. His brother is 4 years or almost 5 years younger than him, and they're both very athletic, very skilled. Part of the skills come from the mothers, of course, you know, and part of the skill comes from me. The mother is a very big influence on how our children act and behave, as well as men figures being in their life. Let's see. Prosecute ICE. Jeff, no. We stand behind our ICE agents 100%. We stand behind them 100%. Definitely pray for America. Absolutely. All right, we have reached 34. Oh, 34, 37,000 viewers today. Probably about 37,000 of those have been libtards, just going right through, skipping through my channel, putting negative comments, and just continue to move on. I don't know. I hope I have more patriots in here than libtards. Let's see. We have our next video. It's Pritzker breaks silence on migrant charge in student's murder. I haven't watched this, guys. Let me see what he says.
Governor J.B. Pritzker finally speaking out days after an illegal immigrant was arrested in the shooting death of an 18-year-old college student. The governor saying, quote, Sheridan Gorman's murder is a tragedy, and the person responsible must be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. My deepest condolences to the family, friends, and Loyola University community grieving this devastating loss. May her memory be a blessing. The illegal Venezuelan migrant is facing 6 felony counts, including first-degree murder. The hearing for Jose Medina has been postponed until Friday. This tragedy hits close to home for our next guest, who is the assemblyman representing Sheridan's hometown of Yorktown Heights. Republican New York Assemblyman Matt Slater joins us now, and we thank you so much for doing just that as we mourn the loss of this young life taken far too soon and so senselessly. How is your community reacting to this tragic murder, and how is she being remembered?
Well, thank you, Carly, and good morning. Yeah, this is an absolute senseless tragedy, and our community is completely devastated. We are doing everything we can to stand with the Gorman family. We, of course, extend our heartfelt condolences and prayers to her father, Tom, her mother, Jess, her sister, Maddie, and we are doing everything we can to rally around them, to lift them up, and to honor Sheridan and to ensure that she gets the justice that she so deserves. And so our community is coming together in a whole host of ways through GoFundMe pages, by having green lights installed on all of our front porches, and coming up with a community vigil this coming weekend.
Yeah, and you know, she was out with friends on a night where everybody was out. You know, it's just, she was the one that was senselessly targeted by this horrific crime. She was going to see the Northern Lights over Lake Michigan, and her life was taken, and her family is left shaken. And they released a statement saying, we are gravely disappointed by the policies and failures that allow this individual to remain in a position to commit this crime. When systems fail, whether through release decisions, lack of coordination, or unwillingness to act, the consequences are not abstract. They are real. In our case, they are permanent. I read a portion of Governor Pritzker's statement, but he also said that we need to stop politicizing heinous tragedies. We heard the family just there blaming policy decisions on her death. So what's your reaction to what the family is saying right now about what caused this?
Well, I think the family is in just such immense pain, and they're looking for answers, and deservedly so. And right now, again, our focus as a community is the families, rallying around the family, but there is no doubt that justice and answers are needed. I think the governor is completely wrong in his statements. There is no doubt, as the family has pointed to, that this is a result of failed policies and open borders. And right now, we need to take a hard look at the procedures in place, at the systems in place. And we also need to remind people that here in the state of New York, the governor and Democratic leaders, they are negotiating right now to further instill sanctuary policies, not just in big cities, but across the entire state. Those are the same sanctuary policies that prevented coordination between local authorities in Chicago and federal immigration authorities that ultimately, in this case, led to this senseless and horrific tragedy. And so obviously the family is going through this process, but they deserve to know that the system is going to be improved. And honestly, every parent in America deserves that this system is going to be improved, because no parent should have to live through the nightmare that the Gormans are living through. It is a preventable tragedy. It is a preventable death. And right now, as I said before, as a community, we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to support this amazing family and to honor this beautiful, beautiful woman. But we also need to make sure we have answers.
Yeah. I want to get to one more statement from Chicago Alderwoman Maria Haddon, who responded to the murder of Sheridan, saying this. Watch.
The kids were out doing normal things people do in the neighborhood. And it sounds like this might have been a wrong place, wrong time, running into a person who had a gun. They might have startled this person at the end of the pier unintentionally.
Wrong place, wrong time, running into a person with a gun who may have startled him. It's almost as if she's blaming Sheridan for her death in a way. What is your reaction to that? Was Sheridan the one who was in the wrong place at the wrong time?
I mean, I find her comments just patently insulting. But in all reality, if we can't feel safe in America, are we free? That's the fundamental question that we have to ask ourselves right now. And whether it was this person wants to believe, this alderman wants to say that it's wrong place, wrong time, it doesn't matter. As a parent, we should feel safe letting our kids go away to college. We should feel safe letting our kids go out to explore without the fear of having a tragedy like this happen. Those comments made by the alderman, I just find are patently ridiculous. We deserve a safe country. We deserve safe communities. And as we've seen in this horrible tragedy, because of the failed systems and policies that have been in place, because of the open borders, because of the sanctuary policies that are in place in places like Chicago and New York, these unfortunate situations are resulting in these horrific tragedies. It's not wrong place, wrong time. It's wrong policies and bad decisions.
Yeah, I would say that the illegal immigrant was the one that was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that wrong place is in this country with a prior criminal record. Assemblyman Matt Slater, we thank you so much for your time, and we are so sorry for the loss of this beautiful community member, and she will be gravely missed.
That is crazy. See, that's the logic of this. That's what I call a libtard. That is the logic of the libtards. So the girl, let me understand this. A libtard will say, you went on the wrong street, homie. Gangbangers. You went to the wrong neighborhood. That's what they see. That's what they think is right. Oh well, that person got killed because they went into the wrong neighborhood. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That there is a problem in that neighborhood. Don't you think that we should address that problem in the neighborhood? SWAT team, military, National Guard. Bring in some Navy SEALs, baby. It's time to take out the trash. You know, Nayib Bukele, the president from El Salvador, he was called a dictator, an authoritarian. Turns out, he was the savior of his people. Even the rappers, even the music artists were making songs about him. That's my dictator. That's my dictator. And it sounds bad, but they were praising him. He put in jail practically every person that claimed to be a gangster. Every person. Even those who weren't. There was a few thousand in there that were not gangbangers. But that's what they get for hanging out with wolves. You learn how to howl, right? So with that being said, wait a minute. Alex says, why you hate the Constitution? Why do I hate the Constitution? Explain to me. Tell me, how am I hating the Constitution? Anywho, I believe that if we have gangbangers on the street, these are not law-abiding citizens. We don't have the Second Amendment to go threaten other citizens that have rights. We don't have the authority to claim streets, roads, cities, towns, communities. You don't have that authority. I want you to explain to me what's unconstitutional about what I just said. Our military, our police, FBI, federal agents, they made an oath to protect this country against foreign and domestic terrorists. Those who live on fears of others inflict terror, and therefore they're terrorists. I don't care how many movies you've seen from Hollywood. Vatos Locos Forever, I say. You know, that's a freaking movie. And you can make fun of it, and you can say that and talk that way, but live that way. It is ridiculous. It is criminal. There's nothing funny about somebody getting raped in the prison. Nothing funny about it. Nobody should be wanting to go to jail. You should want to be a good citizen. That's crazy, right? All right, so here we go. I want you to tell me, okay? I want you to tell me what is constitutional and what is not constitutional. And somebody mentioned Constitution. I have proven over and over that the Constitution has been misinterpreted for hundreds of years now. Misinterpretations, and nobody wants to correct it. Nobody wants to make a change. Go ahead, Steve. Give me a call. There's a phone number on the chat right there. Tell me something good. Tell me that you like me. Mountains, that's unconstitutional or constitutional? Tell me. The Second Amendment was for what? Yeah. They don't have that. If they put that comment on there, just get rid of them. Don't come over here making false accusations. Make your point with a fact. Try to have a conversation. Second Amendment right is not a right for you to inflict terror amongst other law-abiding citizens. Second Amendment right is constitutional. When not to use your Second Amendment right, or who doesn't have the right to the Second Amendment? Does anybody know that? Give me some choices. I almost said, give me some chon-chon, but that's not. That's just part of the movie as well. That's part of the movie as well. We don't want that. We don't want that. That means give me some ass by the way, in prison terms. All right, go ahead and call me, and let's talk about the Second Amendment right. How should we use the Second Amendment right? Mountains, yeah, felons. Felons shouldn't have access to a weapon. Non-citizens, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. Non-citizens. Well, guess what? Here in Washington State, they want to give police jobs to non-citizens. Now, they didn't say illegal immigrants, but I'm going to assume that is green card residents. And that's not what essay means. You're in Califas. Again, see, there's people that watch too many movies, but they don't have any essence. They don't know what essay is. It's not essay. It's essay. They're initials. You don't know what that means. Mountains, good job. That's a good, yeah. It's not essay. It's essay. But you don't know why that is. You don't know why they say that. Donnell says, psychological, huh? Trick of spirituality. What? Extraterrestrials and Yoshi record. Oh, this guy's lost. I don't know what you're smoking today, sir, but please put the joint down. We don't even need a permit in Texas. Yeah, you don't need a permit. In my state, it's open carry. But you do need to go to a meet requirements. You got to meet requirements. You got to prove that you're a citizen with no criminal record. Told her I'm not a snitch. Oh, Jason, you son of a gun. I wanted the little cholo wannabe from Califas to say it. You just ruined it. That is correct, 100%. It means Spanish Americans. Anybody from Mexico, Honduras, etc. There is two words that they use. One of them will be Chicanos, if you are from Mexican. If you are born and you are Latin Spanish speaker, you are a Spanish American, and that is SA. That's why they say, what up, SA? It's not an accent. They are English initials. S-A. So many times, man, people be like, oh, it means ese means like that fool. Hey, vato. No, that's not what ese means. Ese means this, that. They call me güero. That's right. There was a güero. There was also a güero in the movie Blood In, Blood Out. Tres puntos ese. Vatos locos forever, Holmes. Oh, man. I know. I used to watch those movies when I was in high school, actually. It's crazy. It's a horrible movie, by the way. I do not recommend it. I do not recommend it. Let's see. America. We are all since Alaska and Argentina. Edward, I don't know what the hell you're trying to tell me. But thank you for your comment. All right. Did I not take the airplane off? My bad. My bad. If you were trying to call me, that was my fault. Why don't you give me a call, and why don't we talk about the Second Amendment? Anybody wants to talk Constitution? We can definitely talk Constitution. Here, I'll give you a chance to respond on the chat. Who is the United States Constitution made for? Julia Garcia, you are a ridiculous person. Thank you. Here we go. I like it. Uh-oh, watch out. From Hollywood, but not the one you think. Thanks for calling. Who's calling? Oh, man. Now that, my friends, this is what I saw when he did that. You ready? This is what I saw when he did that. That was fantastic. Oh, man. Güero, man, you got to go back to prison. Back to prison. Get this guy back in prison. Somebody get his IP address. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Let's see. New Jersey. Here we go. Let's go. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hello, what are you doing if you wake up in the middle of the woods with a condom sticking halfway out your ass?
I don't know. I'm going to try to find out who put it there. That's what I would do. Oh, man. Libtards. Another libtard. You see that? You see that? There you go. He sounds young, too. This is the retards that are the future of our country. That is crazy. But that was funny, though. I'll have to give him that. That was funny. Let's see. Who else do we got? Uh-oh. Tennessee. I heard good things about Tennessee. Let's see. Who's calling?
David, sir.
David, how are you, David?
Good, how are you?
Good. What you got for me? You want something on Second Amendment or what? What?
I was actually just curious. What do you think about the war with Iran?
I think it's the right thing to do.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's because so one of the reasons why we put President Trump in office again is because he showed cojones on the first term. And we just felt that, if he would have had a second term, I think that things would have gotten better in our country a long time ago. And so we voted for him again, and, we won this time. I don't like him to continue to say, that he should have had a second term right away. But you know what? The truth will come out in the end. But I think that Iran has been claiming death to America. I know we did a precision strike and we destroyed the facility, not the uranium. The facility was obliterated, right? We give credit to our military, our Air Force, etc. And then we have, Iranian people. Of course, we're supposed to be the defenders for some reason, the defenders of the world. So you have Iranian people going against the Ayatollah, who we know they have been funding terrorists to different, proxies and whatnot. And when they say death to America, whatever. We don't care, right? We'll ignore that. But when they say, we are going to kill you if you go out and protest against us, and they actually kill 30,000 plus of their own people, when they say death to America again, I just don't receive that quite as lightly anymore. And you will see this. They came out like, I don't know if you ever see what happens to an anthill when there's water going in. They all scatter, right? They all come out of the nest. What I mean by that is the truth comes out. So when we attacked Iran, what was the first thing that came out? What came out is what the other Arabs have been afraid of, like the Saudi prince. The Saudi prince, he says, I believe that the Ayatollah, the Khamenei is a Hitler because he wants to expand. And we're like, what the hell does he want to expand, right? We give him the benefit of doubt. He's lying. But what is the first thing that he does when he gets attacked by the U.S.? He starts throwing all these missiles to supposedly their allies, right? Because they're all Muslims, they're Arabs, right? They got each other's back. This is how it works. And it just proves to us that the Ayatollah, when they say death to America, it's not a message to be taken lightly. When they tell us that that they are building 11 nukes, right? They have enough enriched uranium past 60% to build 11 nukes, and all that uranium is on the rubble, which they can easily get, and that they're going to use that after they finish the technology to create intercontinental rockets. Yeah, we got to stop them. And I agree with President Trump 100%. Iran, after all these threats, after 47 years of this terrorist organization and all these things that they're doing, they have more than proven our point that they should not have nuclear weapons. And so it's hard, it's tough. I'm glad that we have warriors back in the military, Air Force, etc. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't like the hardship that it causes on other countries, not along our country, which we defend. And I'm going to throw in there, I support Israel 100%. For the simple reason that Israel, whether we give them money or they give us money, whether we give them intel, they give us intel, Israel has proven to us that they are our friend and they are our ally. And Israel has been in the middle of all these wars against, not the Muslim people, by the way. I don't know how to separate them, because some people just do it out of a religious act, and some really do it as a political, hateful act, and they use the religion as an excuse, kind of like the Christians' history, right? What were they called? The Inquisitors, I think is what they were called. I think so. Yeah, and they used the name of Christ to go and commit atrocities, and the difference is that Christians, we condemn that action, obviously, right? But Muslims, they don't really do that. And so because of all these attacks that they've been doing and all these things that they've been creating around the world with terror, I agree with it. And you know what? When we finish, hopefully sooner than later, right? Because I don't want to see our heroes being taken out, which war does. There's already a mistake, and we can't really say it's our fault, even though we should take responsibility, whether it was a mistake or not. For the hit on the school that they say that killed innocent children. Somehow we should be responsible, right? But what we're going to do? Are we going to stop? No, we can't. But we should acknowledge that something bad happened, and whether it's our responsibility or not, that we should learn from our mistake. So that's what I think about this war. I don't think we should do it, but at the same time, it's like we have to. You know what I mean?
What do you think America's goal? Like, what were they trying to get out of the war?
Out of this war with Iran?
Yes.
We're trying to get rid of the Ayatollah. We don't want any more terrorists to come out of that nation. And we want to bring democracy back to Iranians like they had before 1979.
So regime change, basically?
I guess in this case, I mean, I would. President Trump, he's kind of like taking a little bit of the same approach as Venezuela, but I really think that regime should just be completely annihilated. But that's just me. They should be completely gone and let Irania come out with a new country of their own. You have to remember that the Iranians were so westernized, like us, before 1979 happened. They were free people, and unfortunately, the whole Sharia law gave so much power to the political entity that, well, they took over the country, and they excuse it. They excuse the deaths, the unjust deaths on their people, saying that it was God's word. And well, that's what I'm ridiculous. Where the really ridiculous ideology comes in to me, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what Trump is doing, to be honest. I just trust that he's going to do what's best for us, and what's best for us is to get rid of this garbage.
I would say that, I don't think that, we haven't freed anybody, for starters,
Yeah,
I keep hearing people say that, oh, well, we're doing the right thing, we're freeing 90 million people. I think it's 9% of the people agree with the government over there. I'm not 100% sure. So that's what is that, 9 million people that still agree with the government, which I already think is
That's
bad.
crazy.
And then second of all, you have, I don't think regime change works. As soon as you kill someone, the leader could just get worse. For example, if we killed Kim Jong-un, someone could be elected that was even worse than him.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. We don't want to touch that guy. He already has nuclear weapons. But the reason that is one of the reasons why we go in hard court on them, because we need to make sure that they never get access to nuclear weapons. We already have problems with, you just mentioned them. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to read something from North Korea. Let me see. I'll see if I can find it. But we already have North Korea. We already have China. We already have Russia. And if you know anything in the history, Russia and China, and us, we got nuclear weapons pointed at each other. And that's why nobody pulls the trigger, because it will be world annihilating event. It's just that simple.
What if everybody, even North Korea, Russia, a lot of these countries probably don't care for America at all, right?
Yeah.
So if
They made it clear.
If that's just like Iran, and Iran also obviously they shout death to America, then why do you think that if they had nuclear weapons they'd immediately use them?
Fear and the desperation of, when you're attacked with, complete annihilation. I think fear and pride will be the biggest. What's the word I'm looking for? The biggest thing that will annihilate us as humans. Pride.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't think that they would. How to say? I don't think that they would accept defeat. They will just, what? If I'm gonna die, F the world, and that's what we try to avoid. And do we want Russia in control? Do we want China in control? Do we want Iran in control? Who do we want in control? If you're honest about who we are as Americans, right? I'm a naturalized American citizen of the United States, but I am a Native American in Central America. So my people has always been here from an Indian heritage. But what do we stand for as the United States of America if it's not an ally to those who are innocent across the world, or around the world, I should say? I think that we have shown a lot of mercy. We've shown a lot of good moral values. Debatable, right, when it comes to sexual perversion, but moral values and the fact of humanitarian aids. We've always been there. I've seen Americans in Honduras and Mexico and South America. We're all over the world, and I believe that despite on how many people hate Trump or the administration or this and that, I believe that the United States should be in power, especially because not if we didn't have the communist power hungry nations like China, Russia, whatever, I wouldn't even say this, but we do. And so we got to take control right now. before we lose full control. People that hate Trump, they don't understand what I'm saying, but they can see past what's in front of their noses. I hear the news from the left side, from the right side, and if something doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. You know what the worst mistake that people do, and this is on all parts of the aisles and parties or whatever. The worst mistake that people do is say, I will vote for the lesser evil. I think that's the biggest mistake. Okay, so how do you calculate who the lesser evil is? Are you characterizing personal lives, or are you characterizing policies? Do you judge the president on his personal life, or do you judge him on his policies? That can be a tricky thing to do, right? Because if that politician is going to be a known liar, I can see where your hate comes from that. But we've seen from the first administration what he did, and we think he did a great job. And then we saw what the next administration and their policies did, and we saw they basically destroyed the United States of America. We were hanging by a thread. Like letting all this, open border thing happen, by letting Russia attack Ukraine. This is maybe something that President Trump thinks he could have stopped. I don't know, maybe not. Nobody knows because it's just we don't know. You know what I mean? But, he did use diplomacy amongst the Middle East. He was involved with the Abraham Accord. He was involved with Cambodia, with Thailand, with the Congo. He was out there using diplomacy, and one of the reasons why they listened to him, well, look what happened over there in the Congo, I think it was, where Muslims were killing Christians. We threw a couple of bombs over there. Let's shut them up. We went to get Nicolas Maduro out of Venezuela. Did we finish? Well, no, there's still a lot of work to do, but it has to happen with the help of the people that want their country to succeed. And I think that by showing all that strength, having the power to control the markets, for example, right? The tariffs. All these people would never listen to us. We would still be losing hundreds of billions of dollars instead of making hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's not that we don't have enough money coming in, it's we have a spending problem. Now, if we're spending a lot of money on defense, I get it. I'm up for that. But when it comes to useless spending, I'm against that. I'm a tax guy. I pay my taxes. I want my money to go where they say it's going to go. But, here, unfortunately, in my state, I see that there's a lot of theft, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, that's just the way that it is in Washington. But, there's a lot of things on why I support these attacks against Iran. If they were doing these attacks against Qatar, 100% I'm against it. What the hell is Qatar going to do to us? They are a defensive country. They are not offensive. You know what I mean? Right. So it would be ridiculous. Why would we attack Spain, for example? Spain knows better. Why would we attack Italy? They know better. France, England, they know better. Why would we? We didn't go to Greenland, right? We didn't go to Greenland and just took over. We can. Denmark is nothing military compared to us. But that's not who we are. And that's something that I feel like, okay, all right, he held back on that. I like it. I can continue to support it. If we go into Greenland with the same way that we go into Iran and Venezuela, no, I'm against it 1,000%. And I will be very outspoken about it. But with Iran, we need to stop that.
I think one of the main differences from comparing Venezuela to Iran is the fact that Venezuela was over in 45 minutes. We got the leader in and out like that.
Yeah.
And with Iran, you have to think that this could potentially go into forever war. We don't know what the future holds, and it's already been passed. We've already passed 2 weeks, so I think it's a major difference to compare Venezuela.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the moment that you threaten death to America, so here's the difference, okay? So Nicolas Maduro, you already know he had a reward for his head, anyways, right? Nicolas Maduro was talking shit like, come and get me, coward, right? I put a video out for that. Come and get me, coward, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he's threatening Trump, right? That's not a big problem. That's not a big deal. But the moment that he threatens to send all these, prisoners and gangbangers into our country to distribute all these drugs and kill our citizens, that's a big problem. And people thought that we're going to go in there and do a regime change. The reason why Venezuela was fast is because of why. Why let me see if you have a little bit of critical thinking, okay? Use your critical thinking and tell me when we destroyed the drug boats, all this stuff, right? Tell me, when we went to get Nicolas Maduro, why do you think we didn't continue? Why do you think? Let me see.
We took the leader.
We took out their leader, and then another one replaced them. What happened?
Well, they're not as evil anymore. Like we've replaced their leader.
Right.
So I think regime change technically kind of worked there, but
Change-ish. It's still the same evil people. The difference is this: they are no longer threatening us, and they are willing to work with us. The Ayatollah have many times says we don't want to negotiate. We don't want it. We don't want it. Death to America. We don't want it. And that's the difference. So President Trump actually mentioned this. Okay, President Trump says I don't want to go in there and try to kill everybody. I just want to get the snakes out of there. And the Ayatollah, of course, right? Khamenei has a son. Okay, that I don't know. I'm hearing some rumors about him, but whatever the case is, when they took out Khamenei, they didn't stop. It got worse, and they started attacking their own friends and allies, supposedly. So we know that these people are evil, and they're not willing to change their ways. I can tell you, President Trump has said this many times, and I agree with him. I'd rather have wealth, success, and free trade. That's what Trump was. And you can tell that he's greedy. He likes money. Absolutely. Is he maybe a person that likes to get a lot of attention? Absolutely. And is it a person that likes to hear good things about him? Absolutely. And so you have to judge him in this way. Okay, so this guy likes attention. This guy likes money. Okay, so how are you going to look at him just from that? I like attention and I like money. What do you think a person like that is going to do? You think a person like that is going to say, here, I'm going to give you one example, okay? This farm in Washington State makes a lot of money and I want it. What makes you think that I'm going to go burn down that farm and destroy it? What money am I going to get? Right? Yeah, and so, there's oil. Of course, oil is always a talk. We have enough oil, which, by the way, I don't quite understand that tactic. I think we should not be worrying about oil prices when we have our own oil. I do know that we got drill, baby drill, but we still have a lot of, I believe, a lot of oil stations. Is that what you call them? What do you call what's the word in English? Oil fields, right? Yeah, you have a lot of oil fields that are being so regulated you can't pump. Like, for example, in California, right? Highest gas price, California. In California, they have, I think that there's still the offshore oil field, right, on the ocean. Right. They don't want to allow for that particular location to send the oil through the pipes, which I believe they're already in place. They just don't want them to use them. It could be an environmental thing. I don't know. We should look for ways to clean the oceans a lot easier, faster, and better. I don't know. There's got to be something, right? And so I give them the benefit of doubt because of that. It is in the ocean. I don't know how they control it. I don't know how they can keep it clean. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't trust that type of digging too much. But I just feel that there's a lot of regulations that makes oil for us to refine way too expensive. We're spending so much money on refining, and the regulations for it, I think, has a lot to do with the high price. But what is worse is putting a high tax on gasoline, especially diesel, because the higher the barrel of oil goes, more taxes will be collected from the rise of prices of gasoline and oil. That makes sense, right? So, so I'm kind of like in between, what I want to see here. I don't understand the situation completely when it comes to this oil crisis that people are talking about. But I think that I trust President Trump. He's doing everything I voted for him to do. I'm very excited. I'm going to tell you this. and man, there's so much information in my head to unravel. But let me just tell you this: communists, they tried to, well, they did. They set up the president of Honduras. He declared war on the cartels. Okay, the communists set him up to look like the drug dealer, like the drug lord that was sending the drugs, like Nicolas Maduro, to the States. Okay, they threaten his family, so he turns himself in. He's working with the Biden administration. Everything is perfect. Pardon, that guy never acknowledged that Nicolas Maduro was the rightful president, because that's not the kind of president that he is. And I did a lot of research on him. But then they show the cards that they're communists and they support Nicolas Maduro. All of a sudden, drugs are back in the States on double fold. Fentanyl deaths rises over 900 million citizens or people in the United States of America. That's 900 million, not 900 million. 900,000. My bad.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry. We don't have a billion people. This is not China. Hey, bro, you can always correct my numbers, okay? I apologize. I'm always doing that. Millions to thousands. I'm so exaggerating. But anyway, so you have this, you got to use a little bit of critical thinking. And then when you use that and you don't have the hate for the person that you don't agree with, then you can have a conversation with me. Because now you're going to be like, well, Dennis, you know what? I like what you said there, but, well, what if that doesn't work and this happens? That opens up a conversation. You see how you got me with the oil thing, right? I talk about the oil and you got me with the whole regime change, and that brings us back to using your critical thinking. And you automatically went to, well, we left somebody there, right? Even though they're still bad, the only difference is that they were willing to work with us. Ayatollah didn't. They didn't say, hey, you know what? You killed our Khamenei. Let's talk about this, okay? Don't be so hasty. Instead of doing that, they say, we don't want to negotiate. We don't want to do anything. And they started attacking their own people, which I think was a big mistake. I really do. I think that's where they messed up. There's a lot of things that will change my mind. For example, this whole Israel-Gaza, Palestinians, right? If you look at what Palestinians in Gaza say about Hamas, it's not what the protesters for Palestine, free Palestinians here in the States do. They wear the Hamas bands on their heads. They support Hamas, and they just want Israel, right? They support Israel to be annihilated, liquidated from the, what is it called? From the river to the sea, right? We're not stupid. I mean, we can put 1 and 2 together, and so
don't support that.
Yeah. So I'm just like, okay, I'm pro-Palestinians, even though they don't have a country, they don't have a state technically. Well, actually, they kind of do in half of the world, and half of the world they don't. But I am pro-Palestinians, and I have seen the Palestinian mothers coming out crying because of their losing their family. I've seen that, well, the translator, I don't know if that was true, but the translation from TBN when I was watching this was Palestinian people, rushing out of Gaza, trying to find safety. I've seen Israel soldiers taking care of them, bringing them water, giving them food, helping with the kids, with the stuff. It's crazy. I never seen a horrible regime going out there feeding their enemies and helping them get out to safety. I never seen anybody do that to their enemies, but Israel has done that, right? And then it's like, oh, sorry, but no block holes. And then you have these Palestinian women coming out and saying, where you see them standing, rip their throats off. I'm like, bro, these people, I'm telling you something. Arabs, bro, that's some crazy ass people, bro. They got some tough rules. There's some tough rules, cutting hands off, feet off, tongues off, bro. It's They
got some crazy traditions, man.
They're tough. That's no doubt. But I will say I dare to say they're not courageous. I would just say they're crazy. But I'm sure they have courage, okay? Because they have to have fear. You have to overcome it. It's courage. But anyway, they have this, and then the Palestinian supporters here, they support Hamas, and they're 100% against Israel. And that's where they lose me, my friend. So I always say, yes, free Palestine from Hamas. Israel has allowed Palestinians to become Israelis, citizens, And whether they have fights in there as well, at least they allow them to become citizens of Israel themselves. So that's where I draw my line, with how I make my decisions. I'm not saying that everything that we do is perfect or that it is excused or right. All I can do is hope that we're doing the right thing. And it's a lot of wise men, wise leaders, wise presidents, military generals, etc., have quoted the Bible and say, may God have mercy on our souls if we're wrong.
Okay.
That's all we can do. Just trust that everything is going the right way. Believe me, if I feel that something is unconstitutional, I'm going to say something. People interpret the Constitution in a certain way. I interpret it a different way. I don't care what the court says. The powers of the branches, sometimes they contradict each other. So I got to go for who I think is right. And that's just the way I am. I will never use my Second Amendment right to threaten other Americans. Just because you and I may disagree or maybe we don't like each other, it doesn't mean I want to wish harm against you or death against you.
Of course not.
No, listen. I can be the horrible guy and you can be the saint, okay? And we just don't get along. Period. Well, guess what? We all work for the same company, and we are in the same department. What are you gonna do? You got to work together and put those differences aside. And sometimes when we give each other a chance, we see each other differently. Sometimes we can fix it. Sometimes we can't. Trust me, I had a couple of people in my last workplace where I just, we never agreed on anything. But you know what? We kicked ass in our job. We got the job done every single day. And so that's something that I can be proud of. And I hope that Americans, we can all come together in that same manner.
I think one of my problems with the thing you said about Bible verses is I'm all for that. I think that's amazing. I think we should do that. I think my problem is Trump coming out here acting like a Christian 1 second, and then the next second he's putting on yarmulke and kissing a wall. It's all for. You
know why?
He's a people pleaser.
Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, he does. He's an entertainer. But why do you think I'm not mad at him for that? What do we have?
I honestly don't know.
What's the First Amendment? Freedom of speech, freedom of what?
Honestly, I don't know at the top of my head.
Freedom of it's okay. I don't mean to put you in the spot. Freedom of religion. If I'm going to be, let's say for example here, okay, so I'm going to run for governor this year, just in case you didn't know. So I'm going to run for governor this year. We have a campaign for 2 years, 27, 28. Is going to be the voting, blah blah blah. So we're going to run a campaign. Now I'm a Christian. I believe Christ is the Son of God, and I believe in the Holy Trinity, etc. I have no denomination, meaning I'm not a Catholic, I'm not a Baptist, I'm not a Pentecostal, even though I've been through all of them. I got experience in all of them. I have no denomination, meaning no man-made doctrines, okay? If I run for governor, do you think that I will be a impartial governor if I just say Christians only? Or would I be a partial by saying all religions are allowed with the exclusion of no religious law is above our United States of American law. That's the only exclusion. No Sharia laws. Yeah. In other words, no Sharia law. No jihad. You're not going to do that shit over here with our people. You're not going to tell me that I cannot eat pork. I'm probably going to eat more pork. So I gotta, so here, this is how I am. I preached at a Baptist church. They don't speak in tongues. They don't preach a certain way. And then I've gone and preached on Pentecostal churches, and prophetic churches where I don't believe in prophetic churches. Apostolic, sure, kind of whatever, right? They get too religious, meaning they think they're Jews somehow, but we're not. And so I've been able to walk into every single temple and every single different denomination, and I respect their rules of the house, so to speak. But I will never set aside my own faith. For example, when Trump was being inaugurated, they had Muslims praying for him. Did you notice that? They have Christians. They have different religious backgrounds, people praying for President Donald Trump. And so if he kisses the wall, he kisses the wall. If I go to Israel, I ain't kissing no wall. Because I am a Christian. Trump is like many people out there in America. They don't know where they belong. They don't know yet who they want to believe. My only hope for President Trump is that one day, if God gives him a chance before he closes his eyes and goes to sleep, is that he says, Father, I believe in you. I believe you are the Father, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I believe that Jesus Christ is your Son and Savior, your only begotten Son. And I believe that because of your grace and mercy, you have sent your Son to come and die for my sins. I believe and I acknowledge that I am a sinner. And I believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and King. Please forgive me of my sins. And then you do the Lord's Prayer, right? And then I really hope that he does that. You know, and if he doesn't, I'm not the judge. Not with that kind of judging. Judging between hell and heaven. You can quote the Bible, but I will never tell you this person's going to hell or this person's going to heaven. I just can't do that because at the last minute, somebody's heart can be changed. You know, people that don't know me, that like to judge me. Well, most people troll, right? They just come and insult me. But people don't understand on where I stand with salvation. You know, and I always go back to parables that Jesus used. And, you know, people don't understand what it means. You can be using parables in so many parts of your life, and every time it could mean something different. But there's a story, right? And this is just my own words. There's a story of a vineyard owner, right? He goes out and he shares that there is an opening to work in his vineyard. He needs workers, right? And he goes and he says, I'll pay you $100, you know, a day if you come and work in my vineyard. So they open up 7 a.m. and here comes the first people. They're working hard. They're doing good. And at 8 o'clock, hey, I heard that you're hiring. Yes, $100 for a day's worth. And they go to work. And at 10 and 11, 12, comes out 4 p.m., 1 hour before the day is over. And he says, you too, go to work. This is salvation. This is the mystery of salvation. I hope it makes sense to you. I want you to understand that.
Yeah.
$100. I call that salvation, okay? The guy that came in at 4 p.m., just 1 hour before the day was done, the master gave him $100. Oh, that's nice. I came in at 7. And then the 3 o'clock, and the 12 o'clock, and the 10 o'clock. So when the 7 o'clockers came in, they were expecting all this extra money. And when they were given $100, they said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was here since 7 a.m. and you just gave that guy that came in at 4, you gave him $100. What did the master say? Do you know the story, or do you want to guess what the master said?
I'll let you know.
Okay. What is it to you? What I pay them? It's my money. I give salvation to who I please. I'm giving you words so that you can understand the parable. Why do you expect me to pay you more? Isn't it my money? It is, so it's none of your business. You agreed to work for $100 for the day. Are you not getting $100? Yeah, but you gave, well, it's my money. And so when it comes to sending people to hell or heaven, it's not for me to say. Now, if I tell you that, you know, all these drunkards and the homosexuals and the sexually perverted and all these imperfect people, right, that are committing sins, that they're going to hell, that's because what the Bible says. But can I go and say to a person specifically, even though they're drunks, even though they're gay, even though they're sexually perverted, can I tell them that they're going to hell? I don't know. Maybe at the last minute. You know what I'm saying? And God can say yes or no. So I don't like to judge people that way. Can you say that my behavior is leading me to that? Yeah, maybe you can get away with that. Okay? So the Bible says, don't judge, lest ye be judged. And so the Bible also says, when you do judge, judge righteously. Meaning, I'm not going to call you a thief if I've never seen you stealing. I'm not going to call you a liar if you never lied to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you judge people righteously. So when I know I act a fool in here, and it's entertainment, and I use words that some people get triggered by, and they don't like my hat because it says Gulf of America, but they know it's the Gulf of Greece. You know, they get they get triggered, and the reason why I do that is because everybody wants to yell First Amendment right, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, expression, speech. Aren't you fighting for that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. So you have a lot of dilemmas where people, especially when they come in my chat, if you come often, you'll hear them. Yeah, why don't you wear that hat outside? They think I don't wear my Trump hats outside. Of course I do. I do, and some people are like, oh, and some people say, hey, I like that hat. I get compliments and I get stares. I love it when the Hispanic people try to come off on me, and then I have a conversation with them. But with that being said, yes, I am running. God willing, I'm allowed to run. I am going to put my name on the ballot. I am believing that I'm going to run for governor here in Washington State. Whatever happens, it will be God's will. I will tell you, your rights are not better than somebody else's rights, and vice versa. Everybody has equal rights. The only people that don't have legal rights in this country is the trigger word illegal immigrants. But that's just what it is. But with that being said, don't get me wrong. And who knows? Maybe a lot of the people that are deciding to subscribe to my channel will probably not like me after I say this. But the bottom line is, Trump and we are very much alike. And it might look like we contradict each other on some of the things that we say we're going to do, but that's because we leave room for improvement. We got to be able to negotiate in a certain way. For example, my biggest immigration reform, which I'm going to run with, is immigration reform for any DACA document holders or any TPS that has been approved. Those people will get priority with me. That's a bottom line. They will get priority with me. They will do a criminal background check. And I got two requirements. I want no criminal background check, and I want no welfare dependability. Meaning, if you had it for 3 months, 6 months, you've been here for 30 years, and every year you've had it for 2-3 months, that doesn't count against you. But if you have been dependent on welfare, like the Somalis over there in Minnesota, right? 80% of them have been on welfare for like 10 years, over a decade or whatever, that's a red flag. And so criminal background, no felonies, misdemeanors, not the same, no felonies, and no welfare abuse. And I think they'll be qualified, and I would hope that that my fight makes enough sense so that our president, the branch that holds immigration, will grant them green cards. And I can't wait to be in the picture with them. I really would love to do that. Now, with that being said, I want every single illegal immigrant deported. And that's where I sound contradictory, okay? But the reason for that is because I believe in the law of land. So before I get there, there's nothing I can do about it. The law is the law, and I have to say it as it is. So every illegal immigrant has to be deported. When I get into office, if I do get into office, then we can start talking about it. And I'm going to say, listen, how many Americans do I have unemployed? Are they lazy Americans, or are they just Americans that lost their jobs because there's too many illegal immigrants here, right? You got to investigate. You got to find out what is the truth. And if they don't want to work, the Bible says if you don't work, you don't eat. The lazy will not get paid. The lazy will not eat. And so, I am more than willing to sacrifice my life fighting for the rights of the people and for legal rights for those who deserve them, right? But at the end of the day, because of I'm not the one that makes the final decision, you, the people, will know that what I promised you that I was going to do for immigration reform, I did it. And you will know who declined it. You will know who said no and who disagreed with me. And if Trump or anybody else is in office, if the president, if the executive branch, right, meaning that the president and the administration who is in charge of legal status, If they said no, I will put them on blast. And everybody will know that they said no. Congress is the lawmakers. They make the law. And so I will tell you that transparency is key. Most people don't even know that Barack Obama did try immigration reform. Did he fight like he said? Hell no, he didn't. He did immigration reform for hundreds of thousands of Muslims and deported all of my people out of this country, 3.5 million to be exact. And so you can run it, but they know Congress is in charge. President Trump trying to do what I'm doing right now, the DACA and TPS, get them legally, and then give us some money for the border. Congress says, hell no, we don't want to give you money for the border. So no document, no DACA, no TPS, none of them became residents. And he didn't say, we're going to do a criminal background. No. He said, I want them to have a green card and be set on the way for citizenship. So people don't know that fact because there was no transparency. And I think that that's one thing that I'm going to change. Listen, President Trump, six years ago, while he was president, I'm going to dare say 10 years, right, from the beginning. So many things have changed in the last decade. The needs have changed. I am going to fight more than any. I don't care what these losers on the chat say about me being a traitor to my people. Nobody's going to fight harder for Hispanics. And I know I am a little bit biased when it comes to that, but I'm going to say Hispanics because that's the first thing that pops into everybody's mind when they say illegals. But I mean everybody. But most importantly, I'm Hispanic, and I'm going to fight for my Hispanic people first. And if somebody else wants to fight for somebody else, then let them join. Let them come into the group and help me fight for them as well. But yeah, Hispanics are number one on my priority, and then every other illegal immigrant that is in this country. That's how I'm going to look at it. But you can't do everything all at once, and that's something that people don't understand. So I know we started with the war in Iran, but you see where my my thinking comes from. I have to see everything that happens around the world. I have to see who hates us, who doesn't, have a problem working with us. You got to use that critical thinking every single time. If you don't have an answer to something, look it up. Look it up. If you want to follow the man, just say, I like Trump, I don't like Trump. But if you want to follow the policies that are for Americans, try to understand why something gets done. I appreciate your call, and I appreciate the question that you gave me. I think that you are trying to have a conversation. I think you really want to know why, so that you can have at least a motive to go get some more information. And by the way, do not believe everything I say. Go look it up, research it, and pray for it.
I'm going to start looking. I've been writing some stuff down. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for being cordial. I appreciate your respect.
Of course.
You be blessed, my friend. Take care. I like it when I have people that allow me to talk. They have legit questions, and then just call in to make some dumb joke. All right. I think a lot of people, they know when somebody does love America and when somebody doesn't. If you are America last and you put illegal immigrants first, I think that tells us everything. And with that call, I'm going to say that was a nice call. Surprise. I'm glad that I'm able to give him a chance to call in and ask a question because, we're all curious of why somebody thinks this way, somebody thinks that way. At the end of the day, if we don't give each other time to have a conversation, where do we go from that? If you ask me a question, if you want a yes or no, it has to be an open-ended question, okay? But most of the people want a yes and no answer when the question is just open. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to people. But if you really want to understand why I am the way I am, you will allow me to explain myself. But if you call in, it's just like, the whole Chinese saying is, right? I think it's the Chinese or whoever came up with this whole, the half empty, half glass half empty glass, half full, so to speak. If your glass is full, there's no more water that can be poured onto it, and nothing is gonna make sense, So yeah, that's me in a nutshell right there. Thank you guys for your attention to this matter. With that being said, I do have one clip from Sean Hannity's show here with Tom Holman challenges lying. Cory Booker. Let me. I haven't watched this clip, so let's watch it together, okay?
An illegal from Venezuela has been arrested with connection with the murder of an 18-year-old Sheridan Gorman, who was a freshman at Loyola University in Chicago. He was shot and killed on Thursday. Yet another example of another heinous violent crime, allegedly, in this case, committed by another Biden-Harris Mayorkas illegal, who they released into the country in May of 2023, and even worse, in June of 23, just over a month after coming into the country illegally, he was arrested for shoplifting in Chicago. But guess what? He was released back into the city. Now, of course, while he did condemn the crime and call for accountability for the perpetrator in a statement to Fox News, Illinois wannabe President Governor J.B. Pritzker made no mention of the public safety threat that his state's sanctuary status has caused. And instead, he attacked President Trump, accused him of politicizing the murder that never should have happened. Meanwhile, ICE agents began deployment to airports, as we told you, all across the country today, and prompted a predictable meltdown from the left. Here's Cory Booker, always predictable. Take a look.
And so what's happening today in America that should outrage everybody? He's taking the very same agency that has been bursting into our schools, into our churches, into our hospitals, into our courts, and even into the homes of Americans. He's taking that agency that is reckless and out of control and bringing them to our airports, under the lie that somehow this is going to help deal with the long lines that he created in the first place. This is an outrage.
Predictable meltdown. Anyway, temper tantrum. Here with Reaction Border czar Tom Holman is with us. Is he referring to the brave agents that are arresting murderers, known terrorists, child molesters, other violent criminals, drug cartel members? Are those the agents he's talking about? Because I think he's got to ass backwards as usual.
Well, apparently, because that's exactly what ICE is doing. They're out there arresting the worst of the worst and making his state and his cities safer, because we're taking a lot of public safety threats off the street. But I want to say one thing. He's misleading the American people. He's lying. Now, I want him to give me one example, just one, when ISIS went into a church to arrest somebody, or we went into a hospital to arrest somebody, or we went into an elementary school to arrest somebody. Just give me one example. You know why? He can't, because there isn't any. Now, I think there's been one case nationwide in the past year where we're in hot pursuit chasing an illegal alien who ran into an education center. You're damn right. We went in there and arrested him near the front door. But as far as planned enforcement operations in those places, hasn't happened. Matter of fact, the only people that violated the sanctuary of the church was Don Lemon and that group that went in there to attack, Trump supporters while they were having a religious service. So he's misleading the American people, and that is part of the hatred toward ICE agents that's driving the violence. You mentioned before, 8,000% increase in threats. Because of things that people say like that are untrue, it causes the hate to rise, which is, of course, going to end with more violence, more bloodshed.
You know, you look at where we are, the most preventable national security disaster in the history of this country. Now, after 5 votes in the Senate that they wouldn't fund the Department of Homeland Security, now they want partial funding. But here are the restrictions. They won't fund ICE, and they will insist that ICE agents cannot wear a mask. After the threat level is up 8,000%, after these guys have been attacked, after they have been doxxed, I mean, I don't like that idea at all. I don't think it's safe for them.
And it's not going to happen, not as long as I'm here. I mean, the men and women of ICE, not only are they being doxxed, their spouses and children are being doxxed. I know that from a first-hand experience. So, they're going to wear masks as long as they're doing, these operations in the street looking for the bad guy. I mean, once the hatred stops, once people like Cory Booker stop saying the things he's saying, maybe the hate will reduce. then maybe we can think about the masks. But these officers' identification, they have badges and badge numbers. Border Patrol has their last name on uniform. You want to know who these people are? You can find out who these people are, but you know, we're not going to stop doing this job. We're not going to, they want ICE not to operate in sensitive locations. Here's what I said from day one. There is no sanctuary. There is no safe zone for significant public safety threats and national security threats. Those are the people we need to arrest and deport from the country, and we're going to keep doing it.
Let's talk about this Venezuelan illegal who had been caught and released by the Biden administration. I mean, what can you ever say to the family? I think there were two telling moments. A little over a year ago when the Democrats wouldn't stand for Laken Riley's family or Jocelyn Nungary's family. Then when the president said, if you agree with this statement, please stand with us in the State of the Union address, that American safety is more important. Our first duty is to protect Americans over illegals. That is a pretty simple thing to stand up for, but they didn't stand. How do you interpret that?
They hate Trump more than they love their communities. They hate Trump more than they take this, the safety and security of our communities. Look, it's just another one. And I've been fighting sanctuary cities for 10 years. I have met hundreds of angel moms and dads who buried their children because their children were killed by an illegal alien. And I can't tell you how many young women just in the past couple of years would be alive today. You know, whether it's Rachel Morin or whether it's, you know, Laken Riley, whether it's just young lady. If they would simply just work with ICE, if their law enforcement would work with ICE when they arrest illegal aliens for crimes, we could save countless lives in this country. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
DHS funding is interconnected. The president is correct. To the SAVE Act. What does the SAVE Act require? Proof of citizenship and voter ID. Why would any elected official be against that? You need voter ID to get into their convention every 4 years. Or you need picture ID.
Why would any member of Congress, why would any member of Congress defund the Transportation Security Administration that protects our skies? Why would they defund Coast Guard? Why would they defund CISA against cyber attacks? Why would they defund FEMA? I mean, you're talking about not funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is their #1 responsibility as a representative in Congress to protect this country. And they're voting not to protect this country. And look, Donald Trump made a brilliant move this week, and he called me, he says, let's send ICE to the airport. I thought it was a smart move. And we're filling the holes. The wait lines already dropped. Plus, we're doing a security function at the airports. We're going to arrest criminals going through this airport. We're going to look for human trafficking, sex trafficking, money smuggling. We're going to be at the airports working with our brothers and sisters of TSA. They're our brothers and sisters within DHS. President Trump made a smart move. We're going to keep the airplanes flying. We're going to get the American people through those lines quicker. And we're not going to give up President Trump's promise to American people to make this country safer every day. And that's what we're going to keep doing.
Tom Homan, we're grateful for you and all these guys that put their lives on the line to get the worst of the worst.
And there you go. That's the story, my friends. And, you know, you see Cory Booker, that is the lack of essence that I feel that is destroying the Democratic Party. You know, as our Professor Wolf had a debate with a socialist professor, which, by the way, he still teaches in universities. He teaches that the new socialists of today are Marxist, communist, socialist, all three into one. And you will see that a lot of Democratic politicians might be changing their tune, not because they are, they're idiots or, this and that. It's because they have been listening to their colleagues who are now in disguise, but they are socialist Democrats. And when you hear the word socialist Democrat, you don't think anything of it. You're like, yeah, sure, whatever. That's what Democrats are, socialists. No, it's not. When you say socialist Democrats, let me just tell you right now, that includes Marxism and communism. When you see socialist Democrats, It includes all three of those philosophies. And they all have the same, excuse me, they all have the same I don't believe in God attitude. Sexual immorality. I get it. We have that on our side as well. I get it. I get it. Just bear with me. And so it's easier to bring in all these evil things into the ideology, because when you say that you don't believe in God, there is no moral compass. Where is the limit to the immorality? If you accept gays and you say, yeah, everything is cool, it's just the alphabet has been getting bigger and bigger, and it's all about pride. This kind of pride, it's a sin. And then you have this whole, we're gonna share the wealth according to the needs, right? But when the wealth runs out, you become a communist. Meaning, if you don't do this, we're going to take this away from you. Mandami have been doing that in New York, right? If they don't pay their tributes, they will get their property taken away. That's communism. Chavez in Venezuela was more obvious of communism. He says, what's that building right there? I kid you not. What's that building right there? Oh, yeah, there's a jewelry. Okay, we're taking that building. What's that building over there? Oh, well, that building does this. Okay, we're taking that building. Communism. That is exactly what he did. He took out the grocery stores, forced them to have this price on all the products. In the meantime, he raised the taxes. He raised the fees. He raised the penalties for all of that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how communists act. They will, like here in Seattle, it's very, oh my gosh, it's getting really bad. And I hope that I'm not too late. And I hope that God knows exactly what's happening. But I'm going to tell you, here in Seattle, it's already happening. They're trying to forbid grocery stores from closing, and they don't do anything to help them with taxes, with regulations, with fees, payroll taxes, etc. It's a big dilemma. It's a big dilemma, and I feel that it's something that should be addressed. And for some reason, Democrats just don't want to. They just don't want to. Oh my gosh. So, with that being said, I want to thank you guys for being with me this long. I think that we hit some good points. We got to see the live here today. If there's more lives, of course, I'm going to show you that later on the second half of my show. But if not, I will continue to take some calls. Let's see if we can get some more courageous people to call in, and not people with insults. Let's have a conversation. We're all Americans, hopefully. So we should stand for America first. To all of my members, big bros, big sis, thank you guys for being here with me. Jason, bro, you have been my general all day today. God bless you, brother. All right, God bless you. God bless your families. And God bless the USA. I will see you on the next one.